state of cybersecurity compliance and auditing in the cloud. And to take us through this is a man who is a technology mogul with specialties in Linux, open source firewall technology, unified threat management, encryption networking, switching, L2TP, Fortinet Arista switching, Centrify, Tintri storage, Riverbird, my goodness, it doesn't get better than this, MPLS, PHP, MySQL, electronics, and wireless technology. He is also vast in APNs, Radius 3G, GSM, mobility solutions. This is a man who is well versed and he is bringing a wealth of knowledge. He is the SME head at Cloud Business at Fortinet. Ladies and gentlemen, help me appreciate and to welcome to the floor Mr. John Ward as he takes us through this particular session. Over to you, John, and welcome.
Hi there. Thank you for spending time with us today. I hope that you find this informative. My name is John Ward. I'm the Principal and SME for Cloud at Fortinet, Africa region. We're all here today because at some stage you've gotten the questions, what is it that we're doing in the cloud? What is our exposure to the following risks? And how well are we doing with compliancy? Which region are we not compliant in, etc., etc. So let's look at a few well-known definitions. According to Gartner, cloud compute is a style of computing in which scalable, elastic IT-enabled capabilities are delivered as a service using internet technologies. Another one from NIST, they define cloud computing as having 5 characteristics: on-demand, self-service, rapid elasticity or expansion, broad network access, resource pooling, and of course measured service. That's the key factor there. And there we have it, cloud compute. Generally, this feature enables companies to leverage the cloud to be a business enabler, and of course therein also lies the ability to reduce their costs. One must of course remember that to do this one needs to be agile, and unfortunately it's the agile part where we start running into grey areas of what we want to do and whether we should be doing it. Not to forget, the COVID pandemic has greatly accelerated the digital transformation plans that companies have had for cloud migration, accelerated at a rapid pace, and of course people generally have been falling over their feet trying to get their strategy realized. The cloud portion that starts creating trouble is the on-demand self-service one. This gives people the false sense of security, and that just because they can do it or there's a button for it, they should. Generally, these individuals are not security experts and mostly are not part of the networking or security silos and have not consulted group risk. When it comes to rapid elasticity proportions, many implementers hide behind the topic of DevOps Agile and other types of buzzwords that embolden their drive towards less control and of course the ultimate fail, the incorrect configuration of their environments. These failures in structure will lead to breaches and of course the ultimate failure, your name on the front page of a newspaper, most probably end in a lawsuit of sorts. And this, fortunately, is all avoidable. So let's look at the facts here. One of the major problems going forward is that most of the breaches will be caused by misconfiguration. Who knows what an S3 bucket is? Do you know what was put there? What's inside that bucket? Do you know if it is publicly available? Has anyone audited that? Let's also mention that people are very quick to steamroll their project over the touchline. Let's talk about an acronym quickly called TASC, T-A-S-C. There are some questions that are left unanswered or having too many non-specific answers when it comes to these environments. The letter T in this project, who owns the task? A, do they have the authority to be held accountable? S, do we agree that we have the ability to be set up for success? Do they have the time, resources, and of course clarity of mission? And last but not least, C, do we have a checklist of what is all needed to accomplish this task? Also not to be misunderstood is this has to be in line with the requirements, correct? The mission doesn't always get translated correctly. More and more, cloud containers are becoming the go-to tech for modern application deployment because of their agility. But as teams continue to turn towards containers for speed, agility, and scale, it's important for organizations to define cloud governance policies and implement processes that check for operational efficiency and effective cost management. Some challenges that emerge with container usage is that people will tend to just fire up additional containers. Depending on your billing model and resource costs, this leads to inefficient resource allocations, and of course poor resource accountability. Remember that those engineers that just fire up another server for a department when they could have utilized another server that was under provisioned, those exact same cost-cutting measures are also true for this scenario. The same way that virtual machines can be inaccurately provisioned, containers and similar cloud infrastructure face the same challenges. When the solution is put into production, how does the team determine which resources they need and, of course, what metrics they have used to ascertain this data? Under-provisioned environments lead to costs, not only possibly in reputation but in support. The human cost that nobody factors in, the cost of reprovisioning, and most likely the cost of wasted resources when over-provisioning has taken place. Let also not forget that resource being incorrectly provisioned, leading to a breach because of non-compliance. As the applications and teams grow, it will become more difficult for the IT provisioning team to get a firm grasp on how to provision the correct metrics for these workloads, making auditing a task that is not just a regular thing to do, but a must to keep costs in check and, of course, to keep changes in check over time. Everybody seems to forget that regulatory compliance is needed. If you fire up your container, where is your workload being processed, and in which jurisdiction is your data being processed? Those are tough questions to answer. As discussed with task, one of the bigger challenges is accountability over time. We know who it was during the project, but this now has been delivered. So now what? You still need continuous monitoring. Has consumption increased? Has scale increased? Who now fits the bill? And after your agility has been exercised, are you still compliant? You will still need to check compliance for your data access. With dynamically changing resource requirements, it becomes more difficult to provide chargeback, attributing costs, compliance to for specific departments, and if you think this is a challenge, wait. You will also, for instance, need to redefine your cloud governance policy. Without being able to see this capacity and usage, how will you forecast? Who will you tap for accountability and ownership of these costs? What will the auditor requirements show? So we've been talking about the people deploying. Let's flip the coin to the other side. Someone is deploying. Who's auditing? As we progress, we should take the same view of the cloud as we do for our on-prem environment. There is a twist, however. The cloud needs different auditing skills. What would the risks be? What is the rationale that you would use to get perspective on that status quo? And is this where you are in your journey? Where is it? How does that make you feel? Hopefully uneasy. As we all know, there are three primary models of cloud compute: software as a service, platform as a service, and of course infrastructure as a service. These models are well defined, but as we move along, there will be more blurred lines as people move into hybrid spaces with connectivity, with security, and of course multiple cloud or platform, and of course last but not least infrastructure providers. Many of these environments have issues regarding how the governance and controls are perceived. One thing that needs to be discussed, and it's a hard topic, is the roles and responsibilities for the security of their data or IT systems. Many people get it wrong. It's in the cloud. It's safe, right? Wrong. Your data in the cloud is still your responsibility to audit, to secure, and of course provision in a manner that is both cost-effective and available. Here are the security responsibilities in each of the three cloud models between the client consumer and the service provider. As demonstrated, the client's consumer of cloud computing are still responsible for the security in whichever model they have chosen. Therefore, IT auditors must test the IT security standards and controls that are the responsibility of the clients or consumers. It is worth noting that clients often provide an excuse that their requirement to audit is unclear under the outsourcing agreements that may be in place, and more often than not, that they don't have the right to audit, and a recent one is they don't have the correct audit tools. Clients are ultimately responsible for the security of their data and IT systems. Therefore, it is important to robustly cover all of the risks. Some of the challenges will be related to the audit staff's lack of growth in expertise in the cloud area. It reminds me of a call I had with a telco a few weeks ago, whose chief architect didn't understand that the cloud you can't assign public IP addresses to appliance interfaces. Anyhow, this speaks to even seasoned individuals in their fields, especially in auditing and group risk, may be out of their depth when it comes to managing, taking compliance into account. Cloud computing has many IT processes and standards. As the focus on the information governance, IT management, networking, data, DRP and BCP, and encryption controls, the audit and assurance teams should have the correct deep dive knowledge of these components. Adding to this, their proficiency in risk assessment, information security components, cloud infrastructure architecture, cloud risk management, and the threats that these present to the environment and data also needs to be checked and constantly updated. After all, we're on the internet, right? Therefore, it is paramount that the audit and assurance staff who conduct the assessments have the correct experience and organizational relationships, probably seniority, to effectively execute the assurance processes. As cloud computing is dependent on web services, APIs, and other new topics like containers and serverless infrastructure, the auditor should have at least basic understanding of ISO 27017-18, web service security standards, and at least ISO 27001. It is also important that the auditor has sufficient functional and business knowledge to assess alignment with the business strategy, the same as we discussed earlier with the task factors. For the auditors mostly rely on third-party audit reports for cloud-based systems assurance. Often, the firm's outdated audit questionnaire for IT external audits is used, and it has been found that the client had migrated, for example, all their applications or infrastructure to the cloud. It is then realized that the questionnaire or rationale for audit is not fit for purpose for modern digital and cloud-based technologies. These technologies are changing all the time, and it is tough to keep up. As a quick way out, they will often decide to rely entirely on a generic third-party audit report without doing any testing. The testing is key in these environments. This can be fatal as well as time-consuming. What did they miss? What are they looking at which might not be relevant? This approach, primarily due to lack of understanding of the primary models of cloud computing and cloud security responsibilities, is also not fit for purpose. These TPAs may only cover some of the security responsibilities of the service provider and not that of the clients or customers. Auditors have been focusing on the on-prem and certain aspects of the cloud, but not everything. Many auditors have not updated their audit checklists and approaches to changes in their audit environments and still use the standard, outdated audit questionnaire. Some of the aspects and controls will be accurate, but there are massive gaps in the measurements of the new technologies. What is required is a new way of auditing these environments, and not only being able to audit, but being able to prove and assure that the status quo is indeed as they expect. Some auditors do not use any automated tools for audits and do the audit using these outdated questionnaires. That's also misleading. The reality is that as time moves along, you need to skill up your audit staff on cloud technologies, and of course the value once this is achieved is absolutely phenomenal. One of the hot topics will be automated tools. These should be looked at for continuous assessments in this fast-paced agile space. Automated tools will not have much lag between what is in the environment now and when the audit information is required. If you are looking at virtual or variable billing, these requirements are even more necessary. For example, how much are we being billed? Should we be billed? What is the risk if we are underpaying and somebody decides to turn the services off? Seeing as we are talking about compliance, we can't ignore the risk management for these environments. And to check these, we will need to have the following capabilities: continuous configuration assessments, monitoring user and entity behavior analysis, or UEBA, automated scans for malware and sensitive content. Remember, you're responsible for that data that shouldn't be there. Should also cater for risk assessment policies, should have security risk scores for monitored accounts of operators and, or, of course, users in the environments. Integrates with some form of database for risk management. And once we get these ironed out, automated response for incidents and issues will also be considered. In general, these could trigger the automated auditing requirements. Once we get the risk questions out the way, we look at the compliance measuring requirements as we have the following challenges. Explosion of objects to secure. Multiple cloud compliance will be hard to verify. The complexity leads to errors in these environments. And manual review is complex and time-consuming, especially in multi-cloud. To combat these, we will also need to check our objects and environments against policies for PCI, HIPAA, SOX, GDPR, ISO 27001, and NIST. We will also have to generate easily compliance reports that are extensible and can be consolidated for especially environments like multi-cloud. The system should also provide customizable and updatable policies. We have to be able to assess quickly new violation alerts for fast remediation. This is a must. As you can see, time is no longer on your side. Real-time cloud requires real-time audit and compliance checking. Thank you for spending this time with me. I am John Ward. Have a good day further. Bye now.
So just to get this right, you would say that those reports would be available online, right, Laura?
Yes.
Okay, so
exactly.
they
Yes.
are available. Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Laura. So
Thank
for
you,
everyone else who has joined us, thank you very much. We
the head of Canadian Development Corporation, Janine Cocker, the country director for CARE, Dr. Maureen Miruka, the country director for Oxfam in Kenya, Dr. John Kitui, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be exciting 2 days. And
thank you so much for joining us this morning. A warm welcome to Impact Philanthropy Africa's Forum on Health.
With my 5 remarkable and highly qualified panelists. Hello. We have Mr. Joseph Mathenga of Serianu Limited. He is the Chief Operating Officer at Serianu.
Questions, and I would like to invite all my panelists, starting off with Visa. Eva, thank you so much for making time to be with us and, of course, for being our host. First things first, why is it important for payment firms to consider the social impact in the line of the UN Sustainable Development Goals? Eva?
Having this discussion with my colleagues on the panel to demonstrate their different experiences. So allow me to introduce them. We have Karungari Kahende, who is the head of partnerships at Little, which is a leading super app in East Africa, which began as a ride-hailing company in Kenya.
Mr. Muyuro, President Isaka, Mr. Boniface Asiligwa, the Vice President Isaka, Mr. Preston Odera, completing them. I'll take one of the programs that I've just mentioned, the Jira Digital Program. Within the program, we do have specifically a Women in Work series, which is aimed at, actually having more young women take up their Jira Digital Program, go through our free training, which is offered both online and what is
our supply systems, that we have hubs that are specifically looking at supply chain, and those roles are now at above market. A most important bit is when we come to sourcing, we're talking about 100 plus, 800 plus locations, 800 plus kind of suppliers. You need to know how do you manage all these suppliers to ensure that in your demand forecasting. So this is a context when we talk about our supply chain. That is the complexity.
The products, or to complain about your service, or to get an upgrade, or just normal interactions. So ultimately, the companies that take advantage of digitization, of digital interactions to engage their clients are the companies that are going to come on top of the list in terms of great and superior customer service.
Okay, so that's a good segue for you, Jane. In a very competitive market where digitization is at forefront, and the banking industry has to stay on top of these emerging technologies. So explain to us how these new technologies, and feel free to tell us which technologies they are.
What about healthy eating? What about, instead of them partnering with Red Bull, they partner with a business that promotes juicing and good eating? What if they incorporated points into video games that allowed children to identify when they'd gone beyond the boundary? Because having children is scary. I mean, I don't have them yet, but I'm going to have them, and I'm terrified.
Good morning, Africa. Good morning today from South Africa to Nigeria. How are you doing? So welcome to this session. This is innovation and simplicity, giving your business a competitive edge. And we're talking about one of my best subjects, which is a containerization or container technology.
An SME is a person who is doing businesses, but at a lower, middle, or at advanced level.
We have MSME.
Yes.
Then we have SME. If you have an M-Pesa shop, for example.
Yes.
You are an MSME.
MSME. The Mama Mboga down there is an MSME. The boundary is the number of employees and the turnover. Exactly. Chamber have partnered with the Ministry of Health, and we are at least giving the tenders to those Mama Mbogas. With our presence in the 47 counties, we have gone down to that lowest entrepreneur or an SME.
I have the reason why this and this is not working, and if I keep doing things differently, it will work. They call me the dreamer, and this is something that they started calling me from high school. But at that time I was thinking in my mind, what is she thinking? Why would I need a job after 4 years? If you can't put your time and energy to get it to a point where people can see some results or traction, then you'll only have yourself to blame. Nobody owes you anything, or nobody owes anybody anything. It is you and you alone to make your idea a success.
Today I've learned that a concept known as abundant mentality. You don't think that this one idea or this one solution is only yours. You have to hone the skills, and I think it's just over experience that you begin to hone those skills, and realizing that it's not only one idea you'll ever have in your entire life, yeah? And every time there is a need, because that muscle is working, you will always be looking for a solution. You need to dream big dreams, you know? I think that we have the capacity to do a lot more, to change the course of the world, yeah? But we need to have a deep self-belief in ourselves.
When someone tells me they're broke and they're not making money, and I'm like, what? Like, there's so many ways to make money in this world. Because of digitization, it's actually increased your avenues of actually making money. Our revenue actually doubled during COVID period. I can actually just take my phone and Google African pendants, and then you find our results. Yeah. With entrepreneurship, there's no map. You just go in there, it's like a bush, you're just cutting, looking for a way. You just go in there with a machete, trying to clear a way for you to get to where you want to get to. So don't be scared to jump in, and don't expect a roadmap. Create your own roadmap.
It's important to understand the behavior of threat actors, know how they operate, how they think, and how they do their thing. And to take us through this particular discussion is none other than the Director, Systems Engineering, Data Group IT, Chibuzo Mbuka. Chibuzo is a distinguished cybersecurity leader with more than 10 years experience in product management, information security, and leadership in the technology space. He's also a graduate of mathematics and computer science with experience in building and leading world-class teams and capabilities in design and implementation of cybersecurity roadmaps. He is customer-centric, and he's able to build very good partnerships and networks with the people around him. Ladies and gentlemen, help me appreciate and to welcome Mr. Chibuzo Mbuka as he teaches us how to know their behavior of the threat actors. Know them, know how they operate, and then we can be able to proceed for there. Over to you, sir, as you proceed this session. Thank you and welcome.
Hi, my name is Chibuzo Mbuka. I'm the Director of Systems Engineering at Data Group IT. So today we'll be looking at understanding the behavior of threat actors. So this is really imperative now because we've seen a lot of people working remotely because of the pandemic, and we've seen a lot of screaming headlines of data breach happening globally. Just like we say in cybersecurity, no one is exempted. So today, just to take you through this presentation, we'll talk about Data Group IT. Data Group IT, we're a value-added distributor. We've been around for over 15 years and still counting. We do business only in Africa. So as a value-added distributor, we are focused, we are more like the vendors, right? So we have in-house technical specialists and also relationship officers that help our customers to have the best cybersecurity solutions that is available in the market. And we work through a network of partners, right, and system engineering, system integrators. And we've been, we work in over 15 countries. And because we are pioneers in the cybersecurity space, also in Africa, we've seen a lot of growth which this pioneer effort has given us. So in all, Data Group IT, we are more a customer-focused company. All we do is for the customers. We help them to build roadmap. We help them to have future-proof solutions that will help them in their cybersecurity journey. In terms of footprint, we have footprint all over Africa. Our HQ is in Nigeria. We have offices in Ghana, in Kenya, Ethiopia, Angola, South Africa. So we cover pretty much sub-Saharan Africa. And this has given us a lot of room to understand what the market needs, what every customer needs. We've found out that customers are unique in each region, and our solutions are adapted to these unique needs of each customer given the geographical spread. The reference architecture is our homegrown solution, homegrown framework rather, that we propose to customers, right? So this helps to demystify the myth around cybersecurity investment and cybersecurity journey. So this we propose to customers that want to start their cybersecurity journey, and also existing customers that have done investment in cybersecurity. So this helps to give them the visibility on where they need to allocate their cybersecurity investments. It helps them to really easily see the gaps that exist in their environment and also in their cybersecurity journey. So we have the 6 pillars that covers the data security pillar, the network security, application security, the user security, which focuses on the user itself, things like endpoint security, user authentication and all that. So, and the cloud security for customers that have moved to the cloud or customers that are planning to move to the cloud. Then mobile security, this is one area customers are not looking at. So we've seen a lot of customers not looking at this pillar, but we are doing a lot of evangelization in this space. Mobile security is really, really very key for every customer to look at. So this is the reference architecture, and it has sub-pillars under it, which things like, let's say, for example, the data security pillar. We have the SIEM, we have the database security and all that. Then we look at the cloud security. We have the cloud asset security broker for customers that have invested in the cloud. We have the secure web gateway on the cloud and things like that. So this gives customers that visibility and that simplicity when it has to do with allocation of cybersecurity investment. So coming to the discussion for the day, which is understanding the behavior of threat actors. So for us to effectively understand the behavior of threat actors, we need to ask ourselves, who are these cyber threat actors. So for someone to be defined or a group to be defined as cyber threat actor, so it can be a state, it can be a group of people, it can be an individual acting alone, right? But one key thing is that he must have a malicious intent, and he must try to take advantage of vulnerabilities, and low security, cybersecurity awareness, and also the fact that customers or an individual has not invested in the best cybersecurity tools available in order to gain unauthorized access to that system, be it data, device, or network. So this is a more of a simplified explanation of for someone to be referred or a group of people to be referred as a cyber threat actor. So they must have the why, they must have who, they must have how. So in cybersecurity, we always look at who is the person doing this cyber attack. How is he doing the cyber attack, right? Why is he doing the attack? So those are the key questions always asked in cyber attack, in any cyber breach or cyber attack. So the cyber threat actors always look at high value assets like your devices, your processing power. Maybe you might want to build a combination of systems to build a botnet or things like that to use for DDoS attacks and things like that. So in summary, this is what can categorize any group of people or any individual as a threat actor. First thing, it must be malicious, which is very key. If it's not malicious, we don't really consider it as a cyber threat actor. So how do you categorize? What are the different main types of cyber threat actor? First is the insider threat actor. This is really the dangerous type of it because he's already inside your network. He knows your procedures, he knows your policies, he knows how everything is on the network. He doesn't need to connect from outside, right? So this guy is, he might be your disgruntled staff, someone that was good before something happened and he's now disgruntled. He wants to pay back the company in a bad way. And they always look at stealing data. They always look at espionage. Maybe someone sent them, the person got recruited and you didn't do your background check. Then the guy is already inside your network. He has access to different things. So they are really, really very dangerous. So this is also one of the main threat actors that we have. Then we have the hacktivist. So this is a combination of two words, the hacker and the activists. So these guys are the ones that are really ideological based, right? They always try to make a statement. They always try to focus on your external facing assets, things like your website, your application servers that are facing the internet. They want to deface it. They want to post their messages on those key government websites or key company websites. They try to take over your social media handle. So they always they are driven by ideology and they try to make a statement. The third group is criminals, the cyber criminals. These guys are in it for the money, right? So what they do is they try to steal your data for ransom. They ask you to bring money, then they'll release your data and things like that. They try to steal your data, sell it in the dark web to collect money. So everything around cyber criminals is around getting money for whatever effort they put in. The fourth and the most really focused type of it is the state actors, right? The state-sponsored actors, because they have all the money, they are backed by the full apparatus of the government. So they can do a lot of things, and most times or all the time they are focused on zero-day exploits. The exploits that are not known to anyone. They try to find out the exploits in any operating system or any application, and they try to take advantage of it. Most times they are driven by intellectual property. They want to steal intellectual property to give them an economic edge against their competitors, right? They want to have the best military. They want to steal the information from different countries in order to have an edge in the economic world. So these guys are really they are really focused, and they know their targets, they know what they want to get, and they try to stay there. It happens most times for a long time. They might stay there for 6 months, but they always try to get what they want. Advanced persistent threat is really associated with state-sponsored cyber threat actors. The last category or type is the script kiddies. These are the guys that are just doing it for the fun, right? They try to download some scripts on the internet, and they just play around with it. They try to do some hacking to see whether it works and all that. So for them, they're just playing around, right? So these are the main threat types that we've seen in the industry today, and it's also good that we are also telling our customers and audience around about this rather. Then for us to understand the behavior of threat actors, we need to understand the methodology. How do they work, right? The first way that they work is the Recursional Stage. So this stage is when the threat actor or the attacker tries to get a lot of information about the organization they want to attack or the individual. They look at your internet-facing assets like your website, your application servers that are facing the internet, look for vulnerabilities that exist in them. They look, they try to find out your naming convention of your email so that they can know how to send a phishing attack to your staff, right? So this is where they get all the information gathering stage, right? So the second stage is the weaponized stage. So this is the stage where the attacker tries to use all the information that it has gathered from from the first stage in order to build a malicious code. So this is the stage where he looks at the vulnerabilities and see how he can build a code in order to exploit the vulnerability. This is also a very key stage for the attacker. Then the third stage is the delivery. The delivery is the stage where the attacker tries to deliver that malicious code to the intended company or intended individual, right? He tries to do it in a way that he'll be able to evade most of the traditional security tools like firewall, antivirus, and all that. So most times they use phishing emails to send this. 90% of the time it goes through phishing emails. They try to trick you to click on any of the links in order to infest your computer or have access to your computer. The fourth stage is the exploits or executions phase. So when they have successfully delivered this malicious code, then they want to exploit the vulnerabilities that they found out at the first stage, right? So this is when they look at how they can exploit those vulnerabilities. When they have successfully exploited the vulnerabilities, then they go to the stage of the command and control. This is when the hacker, since he's already inside your network or inside your system, it tries to call home. It tries to get back to the owner of the malware, right, or the attacker, so that he can download more information, download more tools in order to complete the mission of either espionage or either data filtration or things like that. Then it goes to the next stage is the internal reconnaissance. So this stage is when the attacker is fully inside your network. Then it tries to do lateral movement. Lateral movement happens at this stage. It tries to look for other vulnerable systems because it entered from one system. Then it tries to go around the environment, look at vulnerable servers, vulnerable systems in order to find the particular information he's looking for in your network. Then the final stage is the maintain. When he's already inside your network, he already has the foothold in your network, then he tries to search more, he tries to go around checking for several things. Then this is the stage where they install things like rootkits or bootkits in order to hide some files, in order to get into your master boot record, in order to control your system fully. So these are the stages that these are the different stages that the threat actors use in the as regards methodology, right? So in order for us to fully understand the behavior of threat actors, we need to understand threat intelligence. So in order to fully understand threat intelligence, in order to fully understand the behavior of threat actors, we need to understand threat intelligence. Threat intelligence is really key because it gives the visibility into who, why, and how the attack happened. So first of all, the threat intelligence reviews the attacker motive and techniques. It provides visibility into the unknown in order to help organizations to tackle whatever cyber security challenges they have. So you can understand the attacker's decision-making process. What are the next move that the attacker is going to make? And also, finally, it empowers business decision makers on how to allocate budget of cybersecurity, looking at trends and things like that, in order to know what threats are facing their industry and how they can mitigate it. Also, we need to look at the types of threat intelligence because we have three key types, which is tactical, operational, and strategic, and it has a different meaning to different companies or different organizations. So the tactical phase or the tactical type of threat intelligence is the basic type, which maybe an organization invests in a SIEM or in threat intelligence feeds. But basically is looking at the behavioral threat indicators in order to defend your organization against cyber threats. Then this is where you see your basic firewall, endpoint, IDS, and IPS. The second stage is the operational, which is looking at the capabilities of the threat and the infrastructure that is available to him. Then that's where you more like be on the offensive instead of being on the defensive, right? So this is where you have things like threat hunting and stuffs like that. Then the final stage, this is where we want our customers to always be, is the strategic threat intelligence. So this looks at high level trends, looks at motives of the attacker and how you can leverage on the best cybersecurity tools to protect yourself and mitigate risk that exists in your industry. So how do you mitigate or defend yourself against threat actors? So let's look at insider threats. So key and most important thing is security awareness training. So we believe that our customers or every organization needs to do security awareness training for their staff, not just for the ICT or the security department, but every person in the organization, be it the HR, be it the procurement. So this is really, really very imperative so that you can have a holistic cybersecurity defense in your organization. So people don't fall prey to things like phishing emails and stuffs like that. You can have honeypots and also behavioral analytics. So when someone is already if you have a behavioral analytics solution, it tries to do machine learning around each individual. So if there's a deviation to what we feel, what we have seen the way the user behaves, then it raises a flag. Then you can start the investigation. So if you talk about hackers, so these guys really, because they are focusing on your external facing assets, so things like DDoS protection is very key. Web application firewall also very key because the kind of attacks we see in that space is things like SQL injection and DDoS attacks. So for organized criminals, so effective email security is very key because most of the organized criminals, they are always looking at business email compromise. So an organization having a very, very efficient email security solution, whether on the cloud or on-premise, is very, 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 very key. Anti-ransomware, very key. One of the best in the market from Checkpoint is also what we recommend for most of our customers. Multi-factor authentication, database activity monitoring to monitor the activities that go on the database and things like that. Then finally, state-sponsored. So because state-sponsored attacks are focused mainly on the vulnerabilities that exist in any of your assets or any of your devices, so it's always key to have a good vulnerability management system, and also managing your patch, making sure that all your systems are fully patched, and most essentially advanced threat intelligence, very, very key, you know. So finally, for us in Data Group IT, we have a couple of solutions that we think our customers will need to effectively protect them from today's threat, and also what the hackers are planning. So in effectively helping them to have, let's say, 3 steps ahead of the hacker in any way. So this is aligned to our 6-pillar strategy. So we have the for example, if you look at the user security, we have the privileged information management or privileged identity management, endpoint security, full endpoint security, things like endpoint discovery, detection and response, things like DDoS protection, cloud posture management, you know, the CASB solution. So these are some of the solutions that we have, and we are available all the time for us to have a discussion on what your organization needs or what your challenges are, and how we can effectively help you mitigate this risk. So thank you very much for listening. For any further information, please reach out to us at Data Group IT. We'll be willing to have a discussion and the best and how best to protect your organization. Thank you.
So just to get this right, you had said that those reports would be available online, right, Laura?
Yes.
Okay, so
exactly.
they are available. Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Laura. So for everyone else has joined us, thank you very much.
The head of Canadian Development Corporation, Janine Cocker, the country director for CARE, Dr. Maureen Miruka, the country director for Oxfam in Kenya, Dr. John Kitui, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be exciting 2 days. And
thank you so much for joining us this morning. A warm welcome to Impact Philanthropy Africa's Forum on Health.
With my 5 remarkable and highly qualified panelists. Hello. We have Mr. Joseph Mathenga of Serianu Limited. He is the Chief Operating Officer at Serianu.
Questions, and I would like to invite all my panelists, starting off with Visa. Eva, thank you so much for making time to be with us, and of course for being our host. First things first, why is it important for payment firms to consider the social impact in the line of the UN Sustainable Development Goals? Eva?
Having this discussion with my colleagues on the panel to demonstrate their different experiences. So allow me to introduce them. We have Karungari Kahende, who is the head of partnerships at Little, which is a leading super app in East Africa, which began as a ride-hailing company in Kenya.
Mr. Muyuro, President Isaka, Mr. Boniface Asiligwa, the Vice President Isaka, Mr. Preston Odera, completing them. I'll take one of the programs that I've just mentioned, the Jira Digital Program. Within the program, we do have specifically a Women in Work series, which is aimed at, actually having more young women take up their Jira Digital Program, go through our free training, which is offered both online and what is
our supply systems, that we have hubs that are specifically looking at supply chain, and those roles are now at above market. And most important bit is when we come to sourcing, we're talking about 100 plus, 800 plus locations, 800 plus kind of suppliers, you need to know how do you manage all these suppliers to ensure that in your demand forecasting. So this is a context when we talk about our supply chain. That is the complexity.
The products, or to complain about your service, or to get an upgrade, or just normal interactions. So ultimately, the companies that take advantage of digitization or digital interactions to engage their clients are the companies that are going to come on top of the list in terms of great and superior customer service.
Okay, so that's a good segue for you, Jane. In a very competitive market where digitization is at forefront, and the banking industry has to stay on top of these emerging technologies. So explain to us how these new technologies, and feel free to tell us which technologies they are.
What about healthy eating? What about, instead of them partnering with Red Bull, they partner with a business that promotes juicing and good eating? What if they incorporated points into video games that allowed children to identify when they'd gone beyond the boundary? Because having children is scary. I mean, I don't have them yet, but I'm going to have them, and I'm terrified.
Good morning, Africa. Good morning today from South Africa to Nigeria. How are you doing? So welcome to this session. This is innovation and simplicity, giving your business a competitive edge. And we're talking about one of my best subjects, which is a containerization or container technology.
An SME is a person who is doing businesses, but at a lower, middle, or at advanced level.
We have MSME.
Yes.
Then we have SME. If you have an M-Pesa shop, for example.
Yes.
You are an MSME.
MSME. The Mama Mboga down there is an MSME. The boundary is the number of employees and the turnover. Exactly. Chamber have partnered with the Ministry of Health, and we are at least giving the tenders to those Mama Mbogas. With our presence in the 47 counties, we have gone down to that lowest entrepreneur or SME.
I have the reason why this and this is not working, and if I keep doing things differently, it will work. They call me the dreamer, and this is something that they started calling me from high school. But at that time I was thinking in my mind, what is she thinking? Why would I need a job after 4 years? If you can't put your time and energy to get it to a point where people can see some results or traction, then you'll only have yourself to blame. Nobody owes you anything, or nobody owes anybody anything. It is you and you alone to make your idea a success.
Today I've learned that a concept known as abundant mentality. You don't think that this one idea or this one solution is only yours. You have to hone the skills, and I think it's just over experience that you begin to hone those skills, and realizing that it's not only one idea you'll ever have in your entire life, and every time there is a need, because that muscle is working, you will always be looking for a solution. You need to dream big dreams, I think that we have the capacity to do a lot more to change the course of the world, but we need to have a deep self-belief in ourselves.
When someone tells me they're broke and they're not making money, and I'm like, what? Like, there's so many ways to make money in this world. Because of digitization, it's actually increased your avenues of actually making money. Our revenue actually doubled during COVID period. I can actually just take my phone and Google African pendants, and then you find our results. With entrepreneurship, there's no map. You just go in there, it's like a bush, you're just cutting cutting, looking for a way. You just go in there with a machete trying to clear a way for you to get to where you want to get to. So don't be scared to jump in and don't expect a roadmap. Create your own roadmap.
Battleground for security wars. And to take us through this particular session is none other than Varun Parikh. He's a sales engineer at Sophos Africa, and he has years of experience in cybersecurity space and is very enthusiastic with the drive and determination to resolve complex issues. And he has excellent working knowledge of technologies. His man is committed to keeping up to date with the latest developments and is experienced in providing motivation, guidance, and up-to-date IT security consultancy service to colleagues, clients, and customers. Thank you once again, and over to you, Varun, as you take us through this particular interesting conversation. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Varun, and I'm working with Sophos as Manager Sales Engineering. And today I'm going to be taking you through on the cloud journey. We all know the adoption of the cloud these days and how difficult it is been to catch up with that. So without further ado, what I'll do is I'll take you into what my understanding of cloud is and what we see on a day-to-day basis, and hopefully you'll enjoy my presentation. All right, so what we're going to be discussing today is securing the anywhere organization. I term this as anywhere organization because now we're in times where the organizations are everywhere. Many organizations are cloud centric, and what you really need is any location, any device, and any resource. So that's what we're going to be focusing on today. Before we start, let's look at the stats. So as you see on your screen, workers are remote these days. Pre-COVID, you can see the stats globally, the amount of people who used to be working from home, or how many people were connecting remotely. During the pandemic, you can see how many have connected, and post the pandemic, you can see, and it's believed that 70% of people or more are going to be working remotely for some time now. The cloud use has soared, definitely. You can see the number of applications and the number of infrastructures being created on the cloud. And it is believed that by 2023, 40% of world's data would be stored on cloud data centers. So when the cloud has changed, or when everything is changing around the cloud, even the attacks have changed. This is a sample attack kill chain by ransomware, and you can see it all starts with a spam email to stealing your credentials, escalating the privileges, and finally deleting the backups, disabling the security products, and deployment of the Duke. The reality of cyber attacks, however, is 51% of people were hit by a ransomware last year. 73% of ransomwares actually encrypted the data, and 70% of people have had a cloud incident in the last year. So the challenge is to securing your organization. Number one is the location. Number two is the devices. And number three is the resources. With location, you need to secure the connectivity. With devices, you need to have a solution that can secure your computers, phones, and tablets, and all kind of devices. And when it comes about resource, you need something that secures your data and workload. So what we'll do is we'll jump into each of these topics briefly, and let's look into each of them. So let's start with secure connectivity. So wherever you are, wherever you're logging in from, how do we secure the connectivity? So traditionally, we've been using Secure Access VPN. That's how this works, right? At Sophos, we give you the Sophos XG firewall and the Sophos VPN Connect, which is the Sophos client that connects back to your HQ. And we don't charge anything for the Sophos Connect client. and we have around 1.4 million users already using that. So it just goes back and connects to your XG firewall. Plus, you also have a SD-RED, which can be used for remote branch offices where typically it's a few number of users, and it is completely unmanageable and plug and play. So it just goes on and communicates with your head office firewall and all the configurations at the firewall. The next thing we see is zero trust. Zero trust can really help you where zero trust, you will verify the user, you'll validate the device, and you can control the access and the privilege to an application. So what zero trust does for you? The Sophos zero trust is all cloud delivered and cloud managed. You have a zero trust network access ZTNA client, you have Sophos Central, and you have a ZTNA gateway. Uh, the Sophos ZTNA, how does it replace your traditional VPN setup? So you don't need the VPN links anymore. Your remote workers all have the Sophos ZTNA client, and you've published everything on your ZTNA gateways, and that's how your clients connect to your secured websites or secured applications. Now, we always leverage the power of InterceptX and the multiple products that Sophos have. So let's assume that one of the remote workers have some kind of malicious activity on their machine, or their machine status goes into red. As soon as that goes red, the access to ZTNA can be revoked, and when it turns back green again, the connectivity will be restored. So for ZTNA is really delivering the future. It is enhancing the access controls, preventing the lateral movement, and reducing the friction. Next, we jump into securing the devices. People have all types of devices, and for that you have the Sophos Intercept X, which has time and again proven to be the best solution. You have the anti-ransomware module where you have the wipe guard and the crypto guard. Wipe guard protects your master boot record from being encrypted, and crypto guard prevents your disk partition, so basically your files from being encrypted by a ransomware. So these are your anti-ransomware components. Then you, of course, have the power of deep learning, which stops the unknown threats. Plus, you have the anti-exploit, which can protect you against fileless attacks and foundational threats. So this is what Intercept X is, with multiple layers of defense. Now, Intercept X works on any kind of platform, any kind of device. So you can see on the desktops, your Windows, Mac are covered. On your server, your Windows and Linux are covered, and even your mobile phones are covered. However, in the recent times, what we have seen is that human-led threat hunting is something that's really picking up. 48% of people already do the human-led threat hunts, or 48% plan to do or incorporate the threat hunts. So for that, you have the Sophos EDR. What EDR does for you is it helps you in two ways: to respond and to investigate. Now, investigation can be all forms. It can be something like, why is my machine running slowly, or which IPs or which network connections are happening on non-standard ports. And you can remotely log into the machine and you can respond. So here are a few examples. I'll take you into a few use cases. All that you see here in the orange, they are the activities, or they are the outcomes that you can do with the EDR. So like if your Chrome is running slowly, you can remotely access the devices to uninstall the Chrome extensions. That's the power of EDR. Again, EDR, there's another thing that goes really well, or another problem that comes along with the EDR is the shortage of skilled staff, and that's a major challenge. 81% people have already said that finding the right security professionals is a major challenge. If I break that down, 54% have said it's a significant challenge, and 27% say it's our biggest challenge. So for that, again, you don't have to worry with Sophos. We have the Sophos managed threat response. We won the best managed security services offering, and that's the threat hunting and everything 24/7 coming from a vendor. So in all, this is our endpoint portfolio. This is our Intercept X with EDR and MTR combined. And when I say that, how can I forget the mobiles? With Sophos Mobile, we give you secure, unified endpoint mobile management. So what happens is all your mobile devices can still have your Intercept X installed, and you can stop threats, you can secure the data, and you can cut all the admin tasks. Now let's look into securing data and workloads. So when we talk about securing data and workloads, we're talking about protecting your applications that are running on SaaS, right? So for protecting your data and workloads, you have the Intercept X for server and the Sophos Cloud Optics. And for protecting your network, you have the Sophos Firewall. Let's look into each one of them just very briefly. So on your server protection, where you can protect your data and workloads, you can stop the advanced threats, you can lock down your servers, and you can manage everything centrally from one console. When it comes to protecting the workloads on cloud, what you see on your screen right now is a little screenshot from the Sophos Cloud Optics, where you can see how your AWS or your Azure environments are all seen on a single screen, and you can identify all kind of traffic and all kind of stuff that is going on in your cloud. Sophos Cloud Optics is basically your CSPM solution, or what you call as a cloud security posture management solution. Then finally, the XG firewall. I think most of you are already aware. It's a full-featured firewall, all-in-one solution for IPS, ATP, remote user and site connectivity, and it's flexible to run as a standalone or an HA solution. Now, once you have all of these solutions, what you need is centrally managing all these solutions. So for that, we have the Sophos Central, which manages all the Sophos software, hardware, and all the Sophos services from one single platform, which is Sophos Central. Around 400,000 users have been using it, and there's no cost to Sophos Central. Coming to the last bit where we say synchronized security. So this is an example of an environment where you have the Sophos Intercept X installed and you have a Sophos XG firewall. A malware is detected on the endpoint. Cross-tested communication or security heartbeat informs the firewall that there's a malware detected. So the device is isolated by the firewall. As soon as the malware is cleaned up, the access is restored. So this is how the Sophos solutions work together. So something that used to take on an average 3.3 hours manually now just takes 8 seconds without the intervention of any IT. I have a very nice example coming up, so it'll really help you. So how we help is by slashing the admin workload by half. With a single platform, with automated response, with shared intelligence across the platforms, and with advanced protection, we've observed around 50% of reduction in admin workload and up to 85% of reduction in security incidents. Let me take this example here. So this is an education service provider with 700 employees, and they have multiple sites across Southeast Asia. Now, for the day-to-day security management, they have 4 engineers. To identify the critical issues, it takes them around 3 to 4 hours. And to identify devices that are causing bad traffic, it takes them around 2 days. Also, on top of that, when they have to manage the firmware updates for the multiple sites, they have all the stuff around, right? It takes them around 3 to 4 hours to manage the updates. Now, with Sophos Intercept X and EDR, with Sophos Central, and with Sophos XG Firewall, all working in conjunction together, they can now reduce from 4 engineers to 2 engineers. Identifying the critical issues just take them 10 to 15 minutes. Something that previously used to take them 2 days to identify the devices now just takes 15 minutes. And managing the firmware updates reduces from 3 to 4 hours to 10 minutes. So now let's see that on an average in a year, you'll have 20 to 25 firmware updates, right? And when you can significantly save your time, like 3 to 4 hours to 10 minutes, you end up saving, let's say 70, 75 hours of time, which is almost 2 working weeks. So to sum up, to secure the anywhere organization with Sophos, you need secure connectivity, you need to secure devices, you need to secure data and workloads, and you need a central management. So to secure the connectivity, you have the Sophos firewall, the VPNs and the REDs, and the Sophos ZTNA. To secure the devices, you have Intercept X with EDR, Sophos MTR, and Sophos Mobile. To secure your data and workloads, you have the Sophos Intercept X for server, the Sophos Cloud Optics, and the Sophos Firewall, which is available on all the popular cloud flat platforms, Azure or AWS. You have the firewalls for cloud as well, and central management. So that is where you start managing all your Sophos solutions centrally. Thank you. Thank you for having me here today.
In 2015, when we set out to build Synchronized Security, we started with a simple question. What if we got our Sophos protected endpoints to communicate with our Sophos firewalls? That opened up a lot of possibilities for what would become the world's first true cybersecurity system. And along the way, we kept asking questions like, what if, during an attack, the firewall could automatically isolate an endpoint from the internet and the rest of the network, even on the same switch? Or what if the endpoint could tell the firewall what software it's running so the firewall had 100% app visibility, unheard of in the industry? And link threats to individual users and computers, or automatically shred file encryption keys to prevent data theft. With tens of thousands of customers now using Synchronized Security, we've asked even bigger questions like, why not extend the technology beyond the connection between endpoint and firewall? Wireless access points that can directly restrict internet access to infected endpoints, or do the same for non-compliant mobile devices. Endpoints that can restrict the sending of outbound email while cleaning up spam infections. Email protection that can identify risky users to be enrolled in anti-phishing training. And what if connecting these products together slashed incident response time from hours down to seconds, and you could manage it all from a single web-based console? And what if we didn't charge additional licensing costs to use Synchronized Security? Start with 2 compatible products and add more in the future whenever you're ready. So what will you do with Synchronized Security? How can it help you better protect your business? Just imagine all the possibilities. We did. Maybe it'll be the best way to reduce risk, enhance visibility, and free up IT teams so businesses can scale. Maybe it'll be award-winning. Maybe it'll be the ultimate return on investment. Maybe it'll be the next evolution in cybersecurity. Synchronized Security from Sophos. Trusted by tens of thousands of businesses just like yours, it's the original and still the best cybersecurity system.
So just to get this right, you had said that those reports would be available online, right, Laura?
Yes.
Okay, so
exactly.
they
Yes.
are available. Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Laura. So
Thank
for
you,
everyone else who's has joined us, thank you very much. We
The head of Canadian Development Corporation, Janine Cocker, the country director for CARE, Dr. Maureen Miruka, the country director for Oxfam in Kenya, Dr. John Kitui, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be exciting 2 days. And
Thank you so much for joining us this morning. A warm welcome to Impact Philanthropy Africa's Forum on Health.
With my 5 remarkable and highly qualified panelists. Hello. We have Mr. Joseph Mathenga of Serianu Limited. He is the Chief Operating Officer at Serianu.
Questions, and I would like to invite all my panelists, starting off with Visa. Eva, thank you so much for making time to be with us and, of course, for being our host. First things first, why is it important for payment firms to consider the social impact in the line of the UN Sustainable Development Goals? Eva?
Having this discussion with my colleagues on the panel to demonstrate their different experiences. So allow me to introduce them. We have Karungari Kahende, who is the head of partnerships at Little, which is a leading super app in East Africa, which began as a ride-hailing company in Kenya.
Mr. Muyuro, President Isaka, Mr. Boniface Asiligwa, the Vice President Isaka, Mr. Preston Odera, completing them. I'll take one of the programs that I've just mentioned, the Jira Digital Program. Within the program, we do have specifically a Women in Work series, which is aimed at, actually having more young women take up the Ajira Digital program, go through our free training, which is offered both online and what is
our supply system, such that we have hubs that are specifically looking at supply chain, and those roles are now at above market. And most important bit is when we come to sourcing, we're talking about 100 plus, 800 plus locations, 800 plus kind of suppliers. You need to know how do you manage all these suppliers to ensure that in your demand forecasting. So this is a context when we talk about our supply chain. That is the complexity.
The products, or to complain about your service, or to get an upgrade, or just normal interactions. So ultimately, the companies that take advantage of digitization, of digital interactions to engage their clients are the companies that are going to come on top of the list in terms of great and superior customer service.
Okay, so that's a good segue for you, Jane. In a very competitive market where digitization is at forefront, and the banking industry has to stay on top of these emerging technologies. So explain to us how these new technologies, and feel free to tell us which technologies they are.
What about healthy eating? What about, instead of them partnering with Red Bull, they partner with a business that promotes juicing and good eating? What if they incorporated points into video games that allowed children to identify when they'd gone beyond the boundary? Because having children is scary. I mean, I don't have them yet, but I'm going to have them, and I'm terrified.
Good morning, Africa. Good morning today from South Africa to Nigeria. How are you doing? So welcome to this session. This is innovation and simplicity, giving your business a competitive edge. And we're talking about one of my best subjects, which is a containerization or container technology.
An SME is a person who is doing businesses, but at a lower, middle, or at advanced level.
We have MSME.
Yes.
Then we have SME. If you have an M-Pesa shop, for example.
Yes.
You are an MSME.
MSME. The Mama Mboga down there is an MSME. The boundary is the number of employees and the turnover. Exactly. Chamber have partnered with the Ministry of Health, and we are at least giving the tenders to those Mama Mbogas. With our presence in the 47 counties, we have gone down to that lowest entrepreneur or any SME.
I have the reason why this and this is not working, and if I keep doing things differently, it will work. They call me the dreamer, and this is something that they started calling me from high school. But at that time I was thinking in my mind, what is she thinking? Why would I need a job after 4 years? If you can't put your time and energy to get it to a point where people can see some results or traction, then you'll only have yourself to blame. Nobody owes you anything, or nobody owes anybody anything. It is you and you alone to make your idea a success.
Today I've learned that a concept known as abundant mentality. You don't think that this one idea or this one solution is only yours. You have to hone the skills, and I think it's just over experience that you begin to hone those skills, and realizing that it's not only one idea you'll ever have in your entire life, And every time there is a need, because that muscle is working, you will always be looking for a solution. You need to dream big dreams, I think that we have the capacity to do a lot more to change the way, the course of the world, yeah. But we need to have a deep self-belief in ourselves.
When someone tells me they're broke and they're not making money, and I'm like, what? Like, there's so many ways to make money in this world. Because of digitization, it's actually increased your avenues of actually making money. Our revenue actually like doubled during COVID period. Oh, I can actually just take my phone and Google African pendants, and then you find our results. Yeah. With entrepreneurship, there's no map. You just go in there, it's like a bush, you're just cutting, looking for a way. You just go in there with a machete, trying to clear a way for you to get to where you want to get to. So don't be scared to jump in, and don't expect a roadmap. Create your own roadmap.
Building an outward focused roadmap. And to take us through this particular session, he is the territory lead at VMware. This is Nawaz Bagad. Nawaz is an established leader with a long track record of building and growing multi-million-dollar business operations. He's operated individually and as a part of wider team to develop and actualize ambitious growth goals. He's been able also to maintain strong customer and channel intimacy across East Africa and the UEA. This is a man who has also led direct and indirect teams across the region. So we are glad to have Nawaz here. Over to you, Nawaz, as you take over this session. Welcome and thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nawaz. I lead VMware's territory here in East Africa, and I'm going to be talking a bit today about how to build an outcome-focused roadmap to help you achieve your objectives as a decision maker, an influencer, or an operator within the technology arm of any business. Now, oftentimes we get sucked into technologies without necessarily understanding what it means for the business, right? At the end of the day, everything that we do in technology must move the needle when it comes to business, be it through enabling workforce productivity, providing a seamless customer experience, or making back-end business processes more efficient. The architecture for digital foundations enables any app on any cloud delivered anywhere. Any cloud means you can deploy applications to the cloud of your choice, move on-premise applications to the cloud without expensive refactoring, maintain visibility and security of public cloud workloads, and leverage new environments like the edge. Any app means you can support the development and operations of cloud and container-based applications, continue to drive costs out of existing on-premise workloads, and even connecting existing applications and data sources with new ones to create new value in novel ways. Anywhere means you can easily manage and secure mobile devices, desktops, edge devices, and IoT sensors. Let's double click into that a little bit, yeah? The number and types of applications powering financial services have changed. The number and types of applications powering telco services have changed, and so have they changed for each and every particular industry out there. There are more and more of them, and they're distributed, running across premises, cloud environments as well. Consumption of applications has also changed, requiring your organization to support more endpoints and edge devices to meet your client personalization demands. An intelligent digital foundation puts you in control of the development and delivery of all applications. Cloud-native apps in the public or private cloud, hybrid apps, or on-premises traditional applications. When we talk about any cloud, we mean when more applications, we mean when you have more applications and a wider diversity of applications that are driving your teams to adopt hybrid and multi-cloud strategies and SaaS strategies as well. What is a hybrid cloud? A hybrid cloud enables you to leverage both on-premises and cloud resources for rapid application portability and operational consistency across the entire environment, reducing IT costs and risks. Multi-cloud? How is that different from a hybrid cloud, right? A multi-cloud gives IT teams the option to deploy to on-premises, hybrid, or native public clouds to optimize costs, take advantages of new and innovative services, and most importantly, avoid vendor lock-in, right? Common cloud management tools across multiple clouds, reduce complexity and risk while enhancing security and control, right? When you talk about anywhere, or rather the any device aspect of that, right? Delivering exceptional outcomes for internal staff as well as external clients requires designing digital experiences for moments that matter, right? A digital workspace delivered on an intelligent digital foundation establishes a new engagement model between IT and staff or clients, one providing the freedom to use any app running on any cloud on any of the preferred devices. For example, it could be a laptop, a PC, a smartphone, a rugged device, a tablet, or anything else, right? A zero trust approach to that also protects information while giving everyone the ultimate freedom and flexibility. By deploying a consistent infrastructure across clouds, you gain consistent operations and intrinsic security in hybrid and multi-cloud operating environments. That enables IT to focus more on deploying applications and providing secure access to those applications and data from any device, right? Now, to enable this entire sort of digital foundation and this vision, you've got to build an outcome-focused roadmap. You got to know what is the outcome that I want to achieve for my business or for my IT organization that will have an impact on my business, right? An outcome-focused roadmap builds out on three key areas. It aligns IT priorities with key business initiatives. It identifies the culture, competencies, and capabilities you need to be successful. And it enables IT to deliver strategic business value faster than previously intended, right? A few sort of wordings we might use later on that I would like to sort of define right now. When we talk about organizational culture, we mean who is your primary customer and how are you measured, right? When we talk about organizational competencies, we refer to the ability for IT to do something successfully or efficiently. And finally, when we're going to be talking about organizational capabilities, we are referring to the people, process, and technologies used to ensure a sustained result. Right. So first, let's look at how business currently views your IT organization. Are you considered an infrastructure provider, right? Or are you considered a business partner? Or are you considered a digital enterprise? Let's double click into all three of them, yeah? So infrastructure provider, all IT organizations rather start here, right? The focus for these organizations is to drive efficiencies inside the data center. The primary customer of everything that's done is IT, right? When we move a bit to the right, we talk about a business partner. A business partner represents what IT organizations want to be as they mature. The focus is pretty much on high quality service delivery to accelerate innovation, right? And the primary customer of a business partner, of an IT organization that's considered a business partner, is the lines of business within that organization. And finally, to the rightmost, we have an IT organization that's considered a digital enterprise, right? So this represents the future as IT becomes a new medium to do business, right? The focus becomes developing new business models that are more digital in nature, and the primary customer of IT is also the customer of the business, right? It's no longer an internal IT organization or the lines of business, right? Now, on this graph, you see the vertical axis represents operating model maturity. That increases as you move from bottom to top. And on the horizontal axis, that defines the business relationship, and that increases as you move from left to right. The question you need to be asking yourself is, what is your desired business relationship, right? Which profile best describes the relationship between your IT organization and the business? And finally, looking ahead 24 months, which profile describes the relationship that you expect to have between your IT organization and the business, right? And then from there on, you start to sort of look at how your IT organization is measured. As you increase your operating model maturity within the business relationship profile, incremental outcomes can be realized. Transformational outcomes can be realized when you change the relationship IT has with the business overall. The key measurements for an infrastructure provider would be to reduce, for example, CapEx in the data center, right? The key measurement, on the other hand, for a business partner is no longer on CapEx. It's more about maximizing efficiencies within the lines of business, right? And finally, the key measurement for a digital enterprise on the far right is actually generating revenue from customers of the business, right? So as you can see, the measurements and the metrics by which your IT organization gets measured changes drastically as you move from an infrastructure provider to a business partner and eventually to a digital enterprise, right? Now, within each business relationship profile, we've defined sort of certain competencies required to increase operating model maturity and achieve the desired outcome. Cybersecurity shown as a theme, which is important to consider regardless of competency development above, not just within the data center, but inclusive of the consumer accessing the service, right? Now, each competency contains mandatory capabilities that are needed, right? Based on VMware's global experience understanding how our customers have been successful, we recommend that these mandatory capabilities are developed before moving on to the next competency. So, for example, if you're looking at developing a competency around private cloud, right? A private cloud would have a few capabilities that you need to achieve before you can say that's a tick box for me, right? That involves, for example, providing a self-service portal for IT users, providing the right level of resiliency for business applications, having automation for workload provisioning, right? These three are examples of key mandatory capabilities that you must get a tick box on before an organization can say, you know, I am running a successful private cloud in my in my IT organization, right? Now, even within each capability, right, you have multiple sort of areas that you need to focus on, right? These include the traditional people, process, technology that we have known and that we normally work with, right? This is where the PPT model flows into this entire sort of outcome-focused roadmap, right? Capabilities are developed using people, process, technologies. Capabilities can be matured, right, through either self-development or with the assistance of a partner, of a consulting partner, a third party, or even VMware, right? Once you have identified a capability gap, you then start looking at the actions that are needed to mature that capability, right? So, for example, in the same private cloud model that we discussed earlier, right? The people, process, and technologies would refer to, for example, having the people in the right mindset to operate a private cloud organizational model. You need to have the right training and knowledge transfer as well, right? The technology, that's pretty much, I would say, the easiest bit of it, right? Technology is code, it's deploying that code into your organization, it's up and running, well and good, right? The process, that's one of the most complicated, right? Developing that operating model within your organization. You need to have that, you know, cast in stone before you can even say, I've developed this capability. You need to have the right business resiliency processes as well to be able to say, I've got this as a check mark, right? Now, competencies typically have dependencies as well, right? So you can't sort of say, I want to reach a DevOps competency and I want to be a digital enterprise without necessarily accomplishing the previous sort of dependencies that are associated with achieving that competency, right? So in order to move vertically or laterally, competencies must be developed in the right order to be successful. For example, in order to be successful at providing DevOps, you have to have established platform as a service, the PaaS, infrastructure as a service, IaaS, private cloud, and virtual infrastructure competencies first, right? In in my experience with a lot of organizations here in East Africa, a lot of customers are still at that virtual infrastructure stage, sort of moving towards a private cloud and then gradually towards a hybrid cloud, right? But majority of the customers are still pretty much at a virtual infrastructure, right? Where they are still looking at building out infrastructure resiliency, trying to build out performance and capacity, having the right planning in place, and virtualizing across compute, storage, and network assets across the organization, right? Now, as an example, as somebody who wants to move towards a hybrid cloud model, for example, that particular customer would look at moving from one as virtual infrastructure to maintaining a private cloud, achieving that competency, before actually being able to run a hybrid cloud, being able to achieve the capabilities of cloud bursting, cloud governance, and more importantly, workload mobility, for example, right? A customer, for example, or an organization that does not really intend to move into a hybrid cloud scenario, but is more or less looking at infrastructure as a service and providing that to lines of business, right? They would move from virtual infrastructure to a private cloud and eventually to infrastructure as a service, right? It does not always mean that you must move from the left to the right, right? We have more and more sort of cloud native enterprises, right? The new age organizations that we know, right? For example, you would say from a global perspective, the likes of Uber, for example. From a local perspective, you can even look at M-Pesa as a unit or as a business within the greater Safaricom picture, right? So some of these organizations start out on the far right side from DevOps, right? These are pretty much running cloud native applications in public cloud providers, and they start to build out their capabilities and competencies moving left and up as well, right? So they move from DevOps to the second stage being platform as a service to infrastructure as a service, hybrid cloud. So they're moving from right to left, and then they make the jump from hybrid cloud to modern applications and the digital business, right? So essentially, for you to be able to convince your management, for you to be able to run that infrastructure and that business relationship that you want IT to have and your IT organization to have, an outcome-focused roadmap is probably the most perfect way you can document that and formalize that process and then follow through on it. And with that, I'd like to thank you. Thank you for your time, and I wish you a great day ahead of sessions. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So just to get this right, you would say that those reports would be available online, right, Laura?
Yes.
Okay, so
exactly.
they
Yes.
are available. Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Laura. So
Thank
for
you,
everyone else has joined us, thank you very much.
The head of Canadian Development Corporation, Janine Cocker, the country director for CARE, Dr. Maureen Miruka, the country director for Oxfam in Kenya, Dr. John Kitui, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be exciting 2 days. And
thank you so much for joining us this morning. A warm welcome to Impact Philanthropy Africa's Forum on Health.
With my 5 remarkable and highly qualified panelists. Hello. We have Mr. Joseph Mathenga of Serianu Limited. He is the Chief Operating Officer at Serianu.
Questions, and I would like to invite all my panelists, starting off with Visa. Eva, thank you so much for making time to be with us and, of course, for being our host. First things first, why is it important for payment firms to consider their social impact in the line of the UN Sustainable Development Goals? Eva?
Yes. Having this discussion with my colleagues on the panel to demonstrate their different experiences. So allow me to introduce them. We have Karungari Kahende, who is the head of partnerships at Little, which is a leading super app in East Africa, which began as a ride-hailing company in Kenya.
Mr. Muyuro, President Isaka, Mr. Boniface Asiligwa, the Vice President Isaka, Mr. Preston Odera, completing them. I'll take one of the programs that I've just mentioned, the Jira Digital Program. Within the program, we do have specifically a Women in Work series, which is aimed at, actually having more young women take up their Jira Digital Program, go through our free training, which is offered both online and what is
our supply system, such that we have hubs that are specifically looking at supply chain, and those roles are now at above market. A most important bit is when we come to sourcing, we're talking about 100 plus, 800 plus locations, 800 plus kind of suppliers. You need to know how do you manage all these suppliers to ensure that in your demand forecasting. So this is a context when we talk about our supply chain. That is the complexity.
The products, or to complain about your service, or to get an upgrade, or just normal interactions. So ultimately, the companies that take advantage of digitization or digital interactions to engage their clients are the companies that are going to come on top of the list in terms of great and superior customer service.
Okay, so that's a good segue for you, Jane. In a very competitive market where digitization is at forefront, and the banking industry has to stay on top of these emerging technologies. So explain to us how these new technologies, and feel free to tell us which technologies they are.
What about healthy eating? What about, instead of them partnering with Red Bull, they partner with a business that promotes juicing and good eating? What if they incorporated points into video games that allowed children to identify when they'd gone beyond the boundary? Because having children is scary. I mean, I don't have them yet, but I'm going to have them, and I'm terrified.
Good morning, Africa. Good morning today from South Africa to Nigeria. How are you doing? So welcome to this session. This is innovation and simplicity, giving your business a competitive edge. And we're talking about one of my best subjects, which is a containerization or container technology.
An SME is a person who is doing businesses, but at a lower, middle, or at advanced level.
We have MSME.
Yes.
Then we have SME. If you have an M-Pesa shop, for example.
Yes.
You are an MSME.
MSME. The Mama Mboga down there is an MSME. The boundary is the number of employees and the turnover. Exactly. Chamber have partnered with the Ministry of Health, and we are at least giving the tenders to those Mama Mbogas. With our presence in the 47 counties, we have gone down to that lowest entrepreneur or any SME.
I have the reason why this and this is not working, and if I keep doing things differently, it will work. They call me the dreamer, and this is something that they started calling me from high school. But at that time I was thinking in my mind, what is she thinking? Why would I need a job after 4 years? If you can't put your time and energy to get it to a point where people can see some results or traction, then you'll only have yourself to blame. Nobody owes you anything, or nobody owes anybody anything. It is you and you alone to make your idea a success.
Today I've learned that a concept known as abundant mentality. You don't think that this one idea or this one solution is only yours. You have to hone the skills, and I think it's just over experience that you begin to hone those skills, and realizing that it's not only one idea you'll ever have in your entire life, yeah? And every time there is a need, because that muscle is working, you will always be looking for a solution. You need to dream big dreams, you know? I think that we have the capacity to do a lot more to change the course of the world, yeah? But we need to have a deep self-belief in ourselves.
When someone tells me they're broke and they're not making money, and I'm like, what? Like, there's so many ways to make money in this world. Because of digitalization, it's actually increased your avenues of actually making money. Our revenue actually like doubled during COVID period. Oh, I can actually just take my phone and Google African pendants, and then you find our results. Yeah. With entrepreneurship, there's no map. You just go in there, it's like a bush, you're just cutting, looking for a way. You just go in there with a machete, trying to clear a way for you to get to where you want to get to. So don't be scared to jump in, and don't expect a roadmap. Create your own roadmap.
Getting into an interesting conversation where we have two cybersecurity experts going head to head. Ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't get any better than this. And on one side, we have Dr. Bright Gameli, who is a self-driven information security enthusiast who is driven to stay updated with the latest methodologies and help the entire community to be security aware. And on the other side, we have the legendary, the ethical hacker with over 20 years of experience. Ladies and gentlemen, this individual is world renowned, and he has worked with companies like Google, NASA, the US Marine Corps, Oracle, Microsoft, IBM. Ladies and gentlemen, this is none other than Ralph Ekemindia. He is on the other side. And this session will be moderated by the one and only, the serial entrepreneur who is the chairman and publisher of CIO East Africa, the one and only Harry. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be hot. It's going to be sizzling. Get ready for this interesting conversation as we take it a notch higher and we take it a little bit deeper. Welcome once again, and over to you, Harry, as you bring down the house.
I actually now used to him. Yeah, he talks like that.
I was going to say we need him for the next Mike Tyson fight or something, you know?
He's got energy for like 10 people.
I need him for every conference from now on.
I know.
If you get introduced like that, I mean, the job is done.
I know.
That's all. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thanks, Ian, for that intro, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We have an interesting panel today, and doing it differently, having people in studio, and talking about cybersecurity and the global trends and some of the interesting things that are happening in the cybersecurity world. So I'm joined by, as you heard from Ian, Ralph, and the not so new to us, Bright Gameli.
Yeah.
Dr. Adi.
Yes.
Welcome to CIO Studios.
It's a pleasure to be here. Really an honor to be here. It's my first time in Africa, so like I said, a great honor to be here.
Yeah,
and to be here with Bright too. So, I mean, maybe we'll get into a fight afterwards because that sounds like he's gonna win though.
I fucking fool. So the kung fu skills are gonna come in.
Yeah. So guys, this space is interesting. But before we even go there, who is Ralph?
Well, that's a complicated question. I mean, I sort of fell into this. For me, computers were always a hobby, and that's how I got started when I was like 14. It was just a hobby, and never would I thought, then much did I think that I would be traveling the world and meeting people like yourselves. because of what was really a hobby. Just what can I make this thing do?
Mhm.
You know, and since then, you know, I have a love for music and the arts, and so interestingly enough, those worlds kind of crossed over, and so now I've been involved in cybersecurity for 27 years, which makes me, I guess, like a grandparent of this in this industry. But and then I've also been involved in the music and the film industry for the last 10 years, which has been real interesting because I think you know, one of the big, and I'm sure Bright can add to this too, one of the big problems that we have with cybersecurity specifically is that it's kind of an issue people don't want to deal with. It's kind of like the bouncer at the door at the club or whatever. If I didn't have to go through that guy, I'll go in the side. And what I learned in the process of being involved with like film and music is that that's actually the best communicator, right? It's you can impact so many people when you put it into a way that is more entertaining. You know? So I've been really working on making those two worlds kind of come together, both the technology side and the entertainment side, in a way that becomes, that we all become better communicators.
Excellent, excellent. Bright.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people know you. In fact, somebody was saying, I did a post on LinkedIn and somebody said, every time I listen to Bright, I change my passwords. You saw that one?
I saw that one. So I changed my password just to be sure, because who knows, you know?
Yeah, so tell us who you are, man.
Oh, well, so my name is Bright. I have been in cybersecurity for not 27 years, but about 10 years now. I currently work for Dimension Data, where I head the managed security services, but I also run an event called Africa Hack-On. What drove me to Africa Hack-On was things like DEF CON and Black Hat. Something you don't know about Ralph. Ralph was part of a hacking group called the Ghetto Hackers. These guys won DEF CON hacking conferences. The whole Capture the Flag challenges. About 8 times in a row, or was it 9?
Something like that.
So you guys were troublemakers.
No, I mean, there's a whole competition which a lot of people are getting into. These guys won 8 times in a row, which is some of those things inspired me to start Africa Hack-On in Kenya. And right now we're doing it in Kenya, in Tanzania, and also in Ghana. And I like to tinker with things. I like to play around with cybersecurity in the space, trying to move away from the technical bit, but you can't escape. You can imagine Ralph being in the space for 27 years, but still knows the latest technology and methodologies that are happening right now, which a lot of people usually shy away from. So that's just me. We're still trying to see how can we keep people safe in a general sense of things. Organization, building strategies, trying to help them to come up with the right ways of being able to be cyber resilient.
Cyber resilient.
Yeah.
So guys, this cybersecurity space is becoming hot. You know, every day we hear of a bank being hacked. We hear a manufacturing company being hacked. You told me how record labels are being hacked. So what do people need to do to be safe?
Well, I think it's a matter of changing perception. Like I said, the issue of the security word is like kind of like a bad word, really. You know, in general, the way people think of it. It tends to get in the way of things, right? And we need to change kind of that perception. I like to start, you know, I've been preaching that we should change that word to safety.
Okay.
Because if the guy at the door wasn't wearing a word that says security and he was wearing a blue shirt that says safety, it wouldn't be as intimidating.
Very true.
Right?
That's true. Yeah.
And so for some reason, this word is very intimidating, and also the way that it's kind of been rolled out is, you know, take any company, and that time of year where they come and they go, well, it's security awareness time. Everybody in the company is like, oh God, not that thing again.
I know.
Right? So we need to change the way that we approach this from the perspective of, yeah, this is a serious thing, but it's a thing that we have to get people to realize that they are the most important part of safety in an environment, right? I used to joke around and say, well, who's the most important? Okay, we'll take any company. Who's the most important person here when it comes to security? And it'll be the firewall guy, or this one, or that one. And most of the people are talking about is IT, and I'm like, no, it's the janitor. And they're like, well, why the janitor? And I'm like, because the janitor has a key to the data center. They have a key to the comm room. All I need to do is get with the janitor, and I've got access to everything, because physical access trumps all other digital access. So does anybody even think of the janitor as being part? No. And in most cases, that person doesn't even work for the company. That person is actually a subcontractor, if you will. So everybody's part of this process, and everybody needs to feel like they're all hackers in a good way. So how do we do that? How do we make the person in human resources feel that they're, a hacker, and for good? Not, you know what I mean? So I think that's the biggest issue that we have to tackle, is this perception that we're here to get in the way, because it does get in the way. When you really think about it, especially with computers, you have, functionality is number one. Things have to function.
Yeah.
Right? Number two is performance. Things have to function at a level where if it's 1,000 people, that it can handle 1,000 people. If it's 1,000,000 people, that it can handle 1,000,000 people. And then you have security, in that order. And the truth is it's not a matter of us trying to put security first, because security first means it'll affect functionality and performance. So it's not a matter of, that seems to be the perception when you see the security guys come in. They're like, oh God, because immediately the thought is it's going to get in the way.
Safety. The funny thing is, you mentioned about the janitor. I actually tried to replicate that before. We got the janitor drunk, because he
works.
He's used to drinking very cheap alcohol, the cognac and everything, very cheap stuff. And we bought him something different. He blacked out. We called his boss and said, look, he can't come to work, so he has to replace with someone else. And the person who's going to be replaced, we went in as that person. Right? It's a key to the, and then the data center at that point do not have any form of verification of who can come into the data center. You have to sign anything. And as a janitor, you're the least person who gets checked. No one checks you. They're like, oh, I'm the new guy.
Yeah.
Walked
Come on in.
And everything was labeled nice and easy. Server for this company is right here. Server for this company is right here. Yeah. And once you have physical access, it takes a very short time to actually break into systems.
Yeah.
And that was replicated here in Kenya.
Oh my God! I had an interesting case where, at a data center, this company, a financial company, kept having problems. This is a very big Sun Microsystems, server farm that they had in there, and they kept having this problem with it. It would just go down. It would just, like, hardware would actually just fail. Turned out it was another financial company down the way in another rack, and this guy would walk down the hallway with a water gun and just squirt the servers.
Oh, what?
And they were competitive companies. You know how long it took to figure that out, even with video? Because his back went to it, and all he had to do was, we couldn't even see what he was doing, but it was constant power supplies blowing up. Very uncommon thing to happen with that kind of equipment.
Sure.
So I mean, once you have physical access, you're kind of done.
You can do a lot of things. Yeah.
Right. You've been working with different companies in Kenya and in East Africa, actually.
Yeah.
What's their level of preparedness compared to how, like, the globe is, at the global stage?
I think everybody got to, especially last year when COVID started, everybody started switching the mindset to, we need to start getting security conscious. People started buying a lot of security tools, but they're forgetting the processes of even how to implement those security tools or solutions. Let me put it that way, not just tools, solutions. There is a change that I've seen over the past few years. They're now taking it seriously, a few. But it's still a struggle for some of the companies to say, we're going to spend X amount of money on cybersecurity or cyber safety, as you call it. It's still a struggle. And I don't know why, not to bash people, but a lot of finance departments are the ones who actually, they're like, no, you're just a cost center. Why are you making us spend a lot more on a few things here and there? So there's a very big gap between the executives and the technical people.
Yeah.
There's a very, very huge gap because the person who is in between, who is the CISO, struggles a lot or usually does his best to communicate and say, we will need X amount of money to be able to procure A, B, C, D, or even personnel, or even outsource some of those details. And the management has to understand that we don't have to necessarily show you just chats to look graphical and everything for you to believe that we are actually going to be attacked. You see, they're too visual. We need to see a hacking happen. We need to have a downtime before we can believe you, the CIO or the CISO, to be able to actually spend the way you have to spend. So that's a gap that I've been seeing. I don't know if it's the same across where you have worked with more global companies. If it's the same thing that is, people are suffering there. Possibly, I don't know.
No, absolutely. As we were speaking earlier, you'd be surprised by, for example, things like Hollywood, or for that matter, the government in the U.S. You'd expect that certain things are being done, and you'd expect that certain levels of knowledge, if you will, exist in those areas, and they don't when you come into it. And in many cases, it's been, for me, especially in the last few years, it's been more incident response oriented. Excuse my French, but it's the oh shit moment. It's like, oh, damn. Then all of a sudden, the same thing, all of a sudden the cost center becomes a legal issue. And the moment it becomes a legal issue, you just multiplied that cost by 10 times, if not more. So that's, I think, the equation, and the gap that I think the bean counters and the executives need to look at and realize that, one tiny little breach could cost us, 10 times the cost that it would take to do this ahead of time. And that, I think, is really the problem, is that they don't really truly understand risk when it comes to this issue, And every company, regardless of what they do now, is a technology company. You sell shoes, you're a technology company. If you sell beans, you're a technology company, because you can't operate without the systems that allow business to take place. But they look at the cybersecurity thing as like, well, the cost is too much. And, and yes, it is a high cost, but so are lawyers. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So ultimately, it's not an IT issue once you get hacked. It's a legal issue. So, and it's, yes, there's compliance and all these type of things that have been passed down that are helping to push the envelope on making this happen. But I'll tell you this, 27 years ago when I got into this thing, security wasn't even a word. It was just IT, network.
Everything was IT.
It was not even a word. Maybe it took 5-7 years before the word security came up because of the birth of a firewall as a tool. Okay, but then it was an embryo. It wasn't even born yet. And you think here, we're at 27 years later. For me, if we were to put this in the sense of a child, cybersecurity is just now becoming a teenager. So it is not mature. That's the truth.
Okay.
It is not as mature as some of us may think this industry is yet, because of that gap between operations, business. It's like we're almost sometimes talking a different language between what we're saying and what we're talking about and with the business. And we really have to figure out, and Bright is very good at translating to a business and to the business side of the entity. Why? You take something as simple as, hey, we need that port open for this bank to talk to that bank. No, okay, I want you to tell me the business justification exactly for that port being open. And oftentimes that conversation takes 2 hours, and you still can't get a very clear answer for what is the business justification for doing that. So it's a matter of really all of us understanding risk, and we kind of do it on a physical level. We kind of understand risk, right? But on a cyber level, we don't. The same thing applies with things like privacy. It's like, what does that mean? Really, what is privacy? In a physical level, and I like to use this example as well. We kind of like having a bathroom with doors. Are we doing anything wrong in there? No, we all do it. But we need doors. No, for some reason, we decided that's privacy. We need a private moment when we do that. But we haven't defined the bathroom online. It's just this kind of broad open, kind of thing. So all of these issues are kind of the things that we can't just be talking to ourselves, which is what I think happens a lot at tech conferences and such. It's like we're all just, we need to talk to the people.
to the choir. But
Yeah.
There's something that I've noticed the past 1.5 years. Okay, let's say 1 year. A lot of boards are inviting cybersecurity experts to join the board.
Yeah.
And that is changing the conversation because they now get first-hand information, not from the CISO. The CISO is good. He's doing his job, no doubt. The CIO is doing his job. He's probably more part of that board of directors as well. But I've seen in the States, especially, and in Canada as well, I've seen a lot of board members inviting cybersecurity engineers who can at least translate risk into layman for them because they don't really understand, to join the board and be able to understand and say, okay, help us to understand why we're ever going to spend X amount of money. Does this strategy actually mean something? Where are we going with this strategy that the CIO or the CISO have built and say we have to implement for the next 6 months? So that is one area that I think we need to adopt also in Africa. I've not seen any, I've not heard of any African organization or present in Africa right now who have cybersecurity members or IT-driven board members to be able to help drive that conversation.
I've seen a few. I've seen a few who have started bringing in technical IT people into their boards. But there's more. I think we can do more. And as an organization, this is one of the things that we've been preaching, that the C-suite is incomplete without a technical person there, because businesses are run by tech. So how do you actually make strategic investments and decisions if you don't have a CIO, a CTO, or somebody who has knowledge of business and technology?
I don't know why. I usually think I've seen. I don't know if that happens everywhere, but the CISO who is internal, they never listen to him.
No, never.
They never.
And that is because I think they see him every day, and they're like,
they're like somebody who's
a neutral to be able to kind of break it. They never listen to him. Like he can preach everything, but they're like, okay. You just bring in more cost to us.
It's like a ringing in your ear. It's always there. So it's like
correct. Yeah. So tell me, Raf, what are some of the interesting cases you had to deal with, and what are some of the lessons that came out of that?
There's been many. There's been many. I mean, well, I'll tell you one of the interesting cases using, if you will, the idea of entertainment to break in was, and this is more on the penetration testing side, was a very big company in the U.S., I would say a multinational kind of company, very tight security, from every perspective, as far as like, they knew how to follow policy and everything else. So like from the beginning, I was like, oh, this is going to be a tough one, right? So I had several facilities I had to break into. And in this case, it was the C-suite facility in Chicago. It was on 2 floors. This is the only information I was given was, you got 2 floors. They're on this floor, 30th and 31st floor. That's it. That's all the info I got. I got to break into this place. So I showed up there on a Monday morning, flew in on a Monday morning. This is the kind of job that really requires 2 people because they're going to see you. And unfortunately, I got this thing.
Very easy to identify you.
Kind of identifies you quickly. But they wouldn't send me another person, right? So I kind of figured out how to do this. So I, popped up the first time just to scope it out, hoodie on, headphones, so I could look like, a little bit different. And just kind of looked at the first floor, it's just the doors. Everything had badge access, that's it. Second floor, lobby, conference room, door there, everything badge access. So it took me some time to think through what exactly I was going to do and try different attack vectors to get in there. Ultimately, this is what I came up with. After finding out just kind of the lay of the land, I started calling in pretending to be a salesman for office supply company. And basically told him, I'm calling to talk to your office manager. We have some great deals. The receptionist said, if you don't know who you're calling and they're not expecting your call, I can't transfer you. That's policy. So I'm basically going
Checking
through
down.
and see what they're doing without knowing. I said, okay, great. Well, then I'll send it over to you and you can make it. What's your name? Mary. What's your last name? Just Mary. Like, wow, these guys are tight. Okay?
She knows her stuff.
She knows her stuff. Okay, great. Kept calling until I got a different receptionist, did the same thing to get her name. Okay, now I know there's 2 receptionists. I got their names. Great. Keep calling. Now after hours, and I start getting transferred to the voicemail system. So I start dialing different extensions until I ultimately get, hi, my name is, and I'm basically building a list of all this. During that time, I hit somebody who says, I will be out of the country, and you can contact my assistant, da-da-da-da-da. I'm like, okay, this guy, star. This is an interesting one.
Oh,
and
man.
I get a few of these. Okay, next thing you know, I go, okay, I'm going to be that guy. So I come up with this story, and on Friday afternoon, in the summer, in Chicago, at around 10:30 in the morning, I call in as this person. Do a little voice changing, and basically as soon as Mary answers, hey, is this Mary? Yes, this is Mr. So-and-so. She's like, yes, sir. I'm like, that's it, done. So I have an engineer from our Plano, Texas location. He's never been to Chicago. He's currently at our consumer location, and I'm gonna have him call you so you can give him directions to the office, as there's some very important business process reports I need him to upload. Sounds good, doesn't it? I'm not sure what a business process report is, but it sounded good on paper. And so basically, and I just, there's all these social engineering is all about the psychology, so did said some things that basically lined things up. Oh, he has to be at the airport by 6 o'clock, so make sure you show him how to get there, knowing the logistics of that in a place like Chicago on 6 o'clock. So, prior to that, I made some fake business cards. I found out what their business cards looked like, showed up, looked like I belonged there, the right kind of clothing. Hi, are you Mary? I am so-and-so. And then I called, of course, before that. Hi, I'm over here. Can you tell me directions on how to get there? Where should I park?
She bought
all
in.
of this. She bought into all of it. So I get there and give her the card. She says, how do you pronounce your last name? Of course, I made it up, so I'm like, oh, it's like this, but some people say it like that. And then start a little conversation. And basically, I look at my watch and I go, so how long will it take to get from here to the airport? And she's like, oh, that's right. Right this way. Beep. Gets me in, sits me down in a cubicle, says, if you need anything, let us know. I said, okay, great, thanks. There's nobody there. On purpose. It's Friday, it's noon, and chances are nobody's coming back either. So I have an entire floor of C-suite offices to myself, and I literally start walking around, going into each office, looking underneath their desks, taking pictures of what's on their desktops, all of that kind of stuff. There's passwords underneath there. Found 3 passwords underneath. And one of the other things I was supposed to do out of this is, can I get into the data room? Now that, I was like, I don't know, the data room's on the 30th floor.
Yeah.
In the past, in my younger days, I've actually gone through ceiling tiles to get into a data room. I don't think that's possible anymore. But so I was like, oh, okay, I'm not going to be able to do that. But so I'm going around office to office. This is an entire floor in a massive building in Chicago that is only C-suite, right? All of them are corner offices, if you will, and only in the center. So I'm going around, and I'm prepared to be challenged by someone. I'm looking forward to somebody stopping me and saying something, because it's a chess game. I've already played moves.
Mm-hmm.
There's this girl walking down the way, and she said, hi. I said, hi. She goes, you must be from the Plano, Texas location, because that's what I told the other girl. I'm like, yes. She goes, would you like some chips, some Coke or anything? Yeah, that'd be great. Where are you? I'm like, in the cubicle over there. At this point, I pretty much feel like I work there. And as I'm going by, they have their little cafeteria, and I go in there, and there's all kinds of human resource stuff on the walls in there. So I'm taking pictures of all that, keep walking, and wouldn't you know it, as I'm walking, there's a door on the right-hand side. Remember, all the offices are on the left-hand side, and it's just like a box in the middle. And on there, there's a door that literally has a sign that says, this door must remain closed. and it's
It
open.
definitely has to be.
And it's
And
open.
it's open, not wide open, but open.
Yeah.
And you can hear the
Yeah.
It's a server room.
And I'm like, you
Gold.
gotta be kidding me. Open the door, and there they are. So this was my trick, was open the CD-ROM drives on the servers, and then I would, there's no CDs in there, I would put my business card, tape the business card to the CD-ROM right, and close it. They came to give the report. Of course, these people could not believe that I broke into this place. I mean, to the degree where one of the C-level guys was like, I don't believe you got in. And then mind you, I scanned the entire network, got access to all these different things, and showing them the report. The guy's still having a real issue that we got this done. So I said, okay, well, will you send one of your guys down to the server room and tell him to open the CD-ROM drive? And you could hear the guy on the phone with us, walking over there, open the CD-ROM. All you hear is silence on the phone for the next, 2 minutes.
Wow. So he's in shock.
Because he's in shock that we got that far into a company that probably had some of the tightest security I've ever seen.
So what are the key lessons out of this?
Well, again, the thing here is that even though they had security training, and for the most part everybody followed those rules, they really didn't think they were part of this security process, right? And violating trust is easier than you think to do. All it took is to drop the right name, and to set up the right situation. Yeah, as you know, I'm overseas, and you can't contact that person very easily, and so on and so forth. So the actual recommendation in that case was, you don't think they have a database of employees they could have looked up if that person even existed?
Exactly.
That simple. They could have looked up, who the heck is, Ryan Schreiber or whoever it was here.
Or even see a picture online to see who exactly they're going to
Right. They had that, but that wasn't in use as a way to check whether a person from another office could have physical access.
Interesting.
A similar thing that I did in Kenya, really short, was I Googled the company. I knew who the front desk lady was. She is a lover of cats. She loves to go to the coast. All that information was online. And when I got there, I shaved really nicely, and I put on a very strong cologne. So when I leaned on the table and started talking to her, she was like, oh my God, this guy smells so good. I might not be the most handsome guy, but at least at that point, the cologne is working. And I pick up the call like, oh wait, we're going to Mombasa? Don't worry, I'll pay for the next 2 people. So she's like, wait, this guy must be having money. 2, he has a really good cologne. 3, I just shaved, I should be looking good. 4, he possibly can pay for me to go as well. So I started chit-chatting her like, oh, is this person around? He's like, I knew who I was looking for in the company. And the head of IT, I got him out to go for a meeting somewhere. He won't come back in the next few minutes. The only person I know who will be able to catch me or knows who I am. And chit-chat, she, like, oh, is the finance director also around? I would like to see her. But before that, I gave a flash disk. I need to print this invoice quickly, if you don't mind. And she plugged it in. There you go.
Boom.
So I already got a connection to, left a malware on the laptop, and I got a connection to the network. And she opened the biometric door for me. I got in. It's lunchtime. Majority of people are not around. And I put on my badge. And when I moved to the computers, I knew who the IT supplier was. So I said, I'm from here. And guess what? Majority of the PCs were open. With no password, unlocked, and went to the browser, picked username, pick out the passwords. When I went home to log into Gmail, trust me, they had no 2-step verification. So I was able to log in. Google Drive had an entire database to everything right there. A whole database. So the training and awareness, when we told them, later we did the presentation, they were like, they never would have thought that would be the easiest way to actually break in.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And the other side of this too is that, let's go on the technical side purely. Let's put aside the fact that the social engineering component is always going to be there, because that's the weakest link, is the people. The people are always the weakest link, what we call the wetware.
The
wetware. Yeah, software, hardware, and then we're wet on the inside. So when you go on to the digital side, there's this concept, that people seem to think that throwing money, to your point about, even if you do have the money, that's not the solution. The solution is the people behind back to that again. Behind what runs those solutions. You know, the most basic of things that I've been working on for many years is you can look at traffic, whether encrypted or not encrypted. If you were looking, you would be able to see very quickly if something is not normal. But nobody does that. And I'm telling you I mean, you do it on a financial level with transactions called fraud prevention. But how come you don't do that with all traffic associated to what's happening on a network? You would be able to see, most of these hacks happen at, you know, odd hours. You're telling me that there's nothing that could have told you that at 3 in the morning there's a terabyte worth of data going to an IP address in China? That's not normal standard operating procedures for these systems.
I saw that recently, and I told a client that, well, we do 24/7 monitoring in our threat intelligence center, and I told them, I'm seeing a user logged in. This is 3 in the morning, actually. A user is logged in, and there's a high CPU usage abnormally from that server. So I said, this can't wait. You can't send an email alone. We called. And he's like, it's actually him who logged in. It's like, oh, thank you for actually making that. It wasn't a test. It was an unplanned test. But it's like, it's good that you've noticed that at 3 in the morning, he's waking up to do a server scan and a backup. And that was consuming so much power. So that is something a lot of organizations need to start doing. Threat intelligence, 24/7 monitoring. Some people say they can do it internally, but I will say, and I'm not marketing my business here, but do whoever you have to go to, start outsourcing that for somebody who's dedicated to just look at that. Because
specialist in that area.
Especially, otherwise one person looking at that in their company, he's tired after looking at the screen.
So it's to your point about having people in the board, and you know, as you were saying before, you sometimes need somebody's eyes and ears who are not in it so much. You need to have a perspective that isn't necessarily those who are spending all of that. You already know too much. If you work at a company and you're doing it internally, like, you already know too much. In fact, I'll say this, which is also kind of somewhat controversial, is you shouldn't use the same company for doing penetration testing all the time. Because if they already did it the last 2 or 3 times, they already know too much. They're not going to have a view. You need to have that perspective of like, okay, I don't know anything, just like in that example. I need to come at it from the perspective of what the attackers are going to say.
Fresh eyes, fresh perspective, and that kind of stuff. So the director is screaming in my ear.
Exactly.
So parting shots. I really wanted us to talk about, being a white hat, white hats, the black hats and the gray hats. But maybe in your closing, you can just. Somebody told me it's actually the incentive that brings that difference. Is that true as you're closing?
Yeah, so as a closing or parting shot to say, you are going to get people who change between white and black or gray in between over time. An insider employee, an employee who is actually support engineer can change from a white hat who's protected to a black hat overnight because of a drink he had with somebody at the bar next to your office on a Friday night, because they've changed his mindset that he can make more money. So we need to start looking at a lot of components, the people, the processes, the technology, the controls that we put around those. Otherwise, you have to watch the watcher. There has to be police who actually watch the police. So there has to be that whole thinking and keep on changing to know that you have a broad perspective of who you're looking at, how are they working, having to review a lot of things over time and be able to have a very wide view. Otherwise, if you just trust one person to do everything all the time, you're going to get to lose, because human beings change, like you said. You'll be the weakest link.
Well, the white hat, gray hat, black hat issue is, it's just a matter of, like you said, incentive or intention, right? So, let's use a gun as an example. You can do a lot, or better yet, let's use a hammer. You can do a lot of different things with a hammer. You can build a house or you can kill somebody. So it depends on what your intention is, right? And so, they call it, the ethical hacker term actually came from students who were like, oh, well, you're too ethical because you wouldn't cross that line. And my perspective was, why would I cross that line? I have figured out how to get paid while still doing the same thing that I would do if I was doing it illegally. But a lot of people, you got to keep in mind too, a lot of people in different parts of the world don't have that opportunity. So if they have the skill set and somebody was to come and say, hey, buddy, I'll pay you $100,000 if you hack into that system.
They'll do it.
They'll do it. And it's not necessarily, it's just the intention is the $100,000. And that's really what's changed drastically from my beginnings, is that in my beginnings, for the most part, it was sort of like notoriety within the hacker community. And of course, you wouldn't give your real name, you were using a handle. But look, I did that, even if it was an illegal hack, just to show it wasn't necessarily so money-driven. Now it's all money-driven.
Yeah.
So again, one of the controversial things I've said is, who are the real criminals here? Is it Facebook or the ones hacking Facebook?
That's a good one.
Because at the end of the day, same thing is happening. I don't think people realize that you're giving away all this information. And so criminality, we'll see.
Okay. Good stuff, guys. Thank you so much
for having us,
for coming in and sharing your insights on cybersecurity and all that industry. It's now a multi-billion-dollar industry. So cybersecurity is big. But for you who are watching this, security starts with you. It doesn't go better than that. It starts with you. You have to understand the things that you need to do as somebody who is working. Don't leave it to the security people. Don't leave it to the IT people. It starts with you. So you just need to be careful. So with this, I want to say thank you for watching. And we will be taking you back to the main event. And I hope you have a good day. There's a lot of stuff that is going on. There's a lot of presentations coming up. Good speakers for the day, so stay on. And don't forget, you can ask questions. I think it's down here or down here. You can ask questions. You can book meetings on the platform. Just meet with our people, man. We're in a new world, so you can meet virtually. And the platform that we're using, you can actually have a one-on-one meeting. So make use of it, because we invested in it and we believe in you. Thank you very much and have a good day.
So just to get this right, you had said that those reports would be available online, right, Laura?
Yes.
Okay, so
exactly.
they are available. Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Laura. So
thank
for
you,
everyone else who has joined us, thank you very much.
The head of Canadian Development Corporation, Janine Cocker, the country director for CARE, Dr. Maureen Miruka, the country director for Oxfam in Kenya, Dr. John Kitui, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be exciting 2 days. And
thank you so much for joining us this morning. A warm welcome to Impact Philanthropy Africa's Forum on Health.
With my 5 remarkable and highly qualified panelists. Hello. We have Mr. Joseph Masenga of Serianu Limited. He is the Chief Operating Officer at Serianu.
Questions, and I would like to invite all my panelists, starting off with Visa. Eva, thank you so much for making time to be with us and, of course, for being our host. First things first, why is it important for payment firms to consider the social impact in the line of the UN Sustainable Development Goals? Eva?
Yes. Having this discussion with my colleagues on the panel to demonstrate their different experiences. So allow me to introduce them. We have Karungari Kahende, who is the head of partnerships at Little, which is a leading super app in East Africa, which began as a ride-hailing company in Kenya.
Mr. Muyuro, President Isaka, Mr. Boniface Asiligwa, the Vice President Isaka, Mr. Preston Odera, completing them. I'll take one of the programs that I've just mentioned, the Jira Digital Program. Within the program, we do have specifically a Women in Work series, which is aimed at, actually having more young women take up their Jira Digital Program. go through our free training, which is offered both online and what is
our supply system, such that we have hubs that are specifically looking at supply chain, and those roles are now at above market. A most important bit is when we come to sourcing, we're talking about 100 plus, 800 plus locations, 800 plus kind of suppliers. You need to know how do you manage all these suppliers to ensure that in your demand forecasting. So this is a context when we talk about our supply chain. That is the complexity.
The products, or to complain about your service, or to get an upgrade, or just normal interactions. So ultimately, the companies that take advantage of digitization, of digital interactions to engage their clients are the companies that are going to come on top of the list in terms of great and superior customer service.
Okay. So that's a good segue for you, Jane. In a very competitive market where digitization is at forefront, and the banking industry has to stay on top of these emerging technologies. So explain to us how these new technologies, and feel free to tell us which technologies they are.
What about healthy eating? What about, instead of them partnering with Red Bull, they partner with a business that promotes juicing and good eating? What if they incorporated points into video games that allowed children to identify when they'd gone beyond the boundary? Because having children is scary. I mean, I don't have them yet, but I'm going to have them, and I'm terrified.
Good morning, Africa. Good morning today from South Africa to Nigeria. How are you doing? So welcome to this session. This is innovation and simplicity, giving your business a competitive edge. And we're talking about one of my best subjects, which is a containerization or container technology.
An SME is a person who is doing businesses, but at a lower, middle, or at advanced level.
We have MSME.
Yes.
Then we have SME. If you have an M-Pesa shop, for example,
yes,
you are an MSME.
MSME, the Mama Mboga down there is an MSME. The boundary is the number of employees and the turnover. Exactly. Chamber have partnered with the Ministry of Health, and we are at least giving the tenders to those Mama Mbogas. With our presence in the 47 counties, we have gone down to that lowest entrepreneur or an SME.
I have the reason why this and this is not working, and if I keep doing things differently, it will work. They call me the dreamer, and this is something that they started calling me from high school. But at that time, I was thinking in my mind, what is she thinking? Why would I need a job after 4 years? If you can't put your time and energy to get it to a point where people can see some results or traction, then you'll only have yourself to blame. Nobody owes you anything, or nobody owes anybody anything. It is you and you alone to make your idea a success.
Today I've learned that a concept known as abundant mentality. You don't think that this one idea or this one solution is only yours. You have to hone the skills, and I think it's just over experience that you begin to hone those skills, and realizing that it's not only one idea you'll ever have in your entire life, yeah. And every time there is a need, because that muscle is working, you will always be looking for a solution. You need to dream big dreams, you know. I think that we have the capacity to do a lot more to change the course of the world, yeah. But we need to have a deep self-belief in ourselves.
When someone tells me they're broke and they're not making money, and I'm like, what? Like, there's so many ways to make money in this world. Because of digitization, it's actually increased your avenues of actually making money. Our revenue actually like doubled during COVID period. Oh, I can actually just take my phone and Google African pendants, and then you find our results. Yeah. With entrepreneurship, there's no map. You just go in there, it's like a bush, you're just cutting, looking for a way. You just go in there with a machete, trying to clear a way for you to get to where you want to get to. So don't be scared to jump in, and don't expect a roadmap. Create your own roadmap.
Cyber defense collaboration possible? And to moderate this session and to also invite the panelists, this is none other than the Associate Director, Cybersecurity, Privacy and Trusted Technology at Ernst & Young, the one and only Anthony Muyuro. One thing about Anthony is that he's a regional leader at the forefront of cybersecurity and development in Africa. He is entrepreneurial, effective in building and maintaining senior client relationship with proven track record of delivering cybersecurity transformation outcomes. It doesn't get any better than this. He's able to even help organizations understand the cyber risk that they are facing to better protect themselves and build a more trusted and secure world. This is an individual who has worked with major players in the financial, telecommunications, and various industries, not just here in Kenya, but in Tanzania, Rwanda, Uganda, South Africa, and many, many others. He is a man who is well-versed when it comes to cyber strategy, governance, cyber security regulations, data privacy, and protection. Ladies and gentlemen, up next to moderate, he's the one and only Anthony Muyuro. Over to you, Anthony, as you bring the house down. Welcome and thank you.
Thank you very much, Ian. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this amazing panel discussion around cyber defense collaboration. And the question here is it possible? With me, I have an amazing guest list of panelists, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves. We're going to start with Varun Parikh, and Gofu Bunchale, Tevin Mwenda, and Michael Tumusime. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you, Anthony.
So,
Thank you,
Varun,
Anthony.
kindly introduce yourself.
Sure. Hi, guys. My name is Varun, and I'm working with Soft as a manager for sales engineering, handling the East Africa. And I look forward to having this panel discussion along with you. I think it's going to be really interesting.
Gofu.
Thank you. My name is Banchale Gufu. I work for Communication Authority of Kenya, cybersecurity and e-commerce. Thank you for having me.
Excellent. Tevin?
My name is Tevin. I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I'm also a policy associate at Kenya ICT Action Network, and I have a keen interest on technology and policy matters.
And lastly, Michael.
Thanks for having me. Michael Tumusime. I look after security engineering for Eastern Africa and French North Africa.
Excellent. Thank you
At
very much,
Checkpoint Software
panelists.
Technologies.
Thank you very much. So I think to start us off, I'll throw this question to Varun and around cyber defense collaboration. So the question here is this possible? And for organizations, what are some of the key enablers and the key effective ways that it can actually work? So Varun, start us off with that question.
Sure. So, I was looking at all the sessions that happened throughout today, and I was really I want to refer back to the session that we saw from Dr. Bright. You see, a very important point was mentioned there, where it's difficult for the customer to keep up to skills and the level of the attacks that are happening these days. So that is where we really see there is a need of collaboration. Vendors are now starting to change into a service model. If I have to use an analogy, you could DIY video on how to repair your car, but unfortunately that doesn't work with the IT products because security is evolving. So yes, if you ask me, collaboration is definitely needed, and it is going to be for the benefit of the organization. You don't have to look hiring specific skills for who can do malware hunting or threat hunting and threat research. Leave that to the vendors because they are while you can work on it, let the vendors take care of the threats.
And thank you for that, Varun. And I want to double click especially on the point, because when we talk about data and information sharing, especially when you take an ecosystem approach, because for cybersecurity collaboration, there has to be a lot of data sharing. So I'd like also for you just to mention in terms of what are some of the things and effective ways organizations can still share data, but do it in a more and in an effective and better managed way.
Absolutely. So, data is basically the foundation. Data defines the policies, I would say. Always, you always have to consider risk above everything else. There's a lot of compliance and a lot of regulations discussions that I have seen, but I would say risk is above the compliance or the regulation. If you're applying a security policy just to meet the compliance or check if the requirement is meant, right, it is dangerous. And you see, it is based on the data classification. If I'm just collecting names and email addresses of a few people, and if that is the value of the data, it's much lesser. But if I add dimension to it, if I add the credit card numbers to it, now it becomes very sensitive, right? So it depends on what type of data you have, and you need to have policies where you can keep the data at rest and data in motion encrypted and secured at all times. So to me, it's about, you have to classify your data first, you have to know your objectives well, and then start with the security policy. Consider risk of everything else, not compliance or regulation. Compliance or regulations follow later. First, cover your risk.
Thank
that
you.
makes sense.
Excellent. And so, Michael, also, the thing that has always been a very topical conversation is the cost of, cybersecurity. And when we talk about collaboration being an enabler just to make this, cheaper and reducing the costs, what are your views around that?
Well, certainly collaboration does reduce the cost around cybersecurity, and it's also been a very effective tool. At Checkpoint, we do have what we call a threat cloud, where we get indicators of compromise from hundreds of millions of sensors around the world. We get information from our research team, internal research team, and also from other vendors. And bringing this together is a very effective way in combating, and a cheaper way in combating security. I'll just bring to your attention Emotet, which I think to date is the most successful botnet. It was brought down by 4 governments. It wouldn't have been possible if it was just one person trying to bring that down.
And thank you for that. So the next question maybe to Tevin. I know, especially from a cyber defense perspective, most organizations normally work in silos. There's reluctance to share data. For that reason, my question to you is, what is then the role of partnerships and collaboration? And how then can we drive this conversation so that people can actually see the value of openly sharing data and opening themselves to partnerships and collaborations?
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. There's one quote that I really like. It's in Swahili. I'll say it in Swahili and translate it. Is umoja ni nguvu, tengano ni udhaifu. Loosely translating to a strength in working together. So if I was to give an example, so imagine you're an SME, you're just starting out, and then you're in the business of selling avocados online. Then you decide you're going to be a one-man show. You're going to be the data. You're going to collect the data, you're going to process the data, you're going to store the data, you're going to also do the payments. Basically, you're going to do everything. Then typical, you can say Kenyan style, you just get one ICT guy to do everything. What you're basically doing is you're creating a lot of risk to yourself and also creating a lot of assumptions. And what will basically happen, by the end of the day is you'll be a target for hackers. So compare that to taking another step where you decide, I'm going to collaborate with other people. Like I'm going to get maybe AWS to store my data. I'm going to get a cybersecurity expert to monitor what I'm doing. And in a way, it's like you're reducing the assumptions that you have had. And I think Dr. Bright highlighted this, the danger of just having one person looking at everything. And you find in most companies, this ICT guy is the one who's doing everything. He's the guy who's checking whether your emails are working. He's the guy who's checking your passwords. He's the guy who's checking your Zoom calls. And he may not have that time to check whether your data is safe. But by collaborating with other entities, of course, there's that reduction of risk that, maybe AWS will cater for how my data is stored. I have a cybersecurity company that's always checking for vulnerabilities in my company. So there's that power of collaboration. Of course, it's not like you're saying you're getting rid of the risk completely. The risk will be there. But what you're saying is we're reducing that risk and reducing the assumptions that people normally have. And also, the more we start these collaborations, of course, this calls for development of company policies that encourage this form of collaboration, but also are very strict on who will be doing what in terms of this collaboration.
All right, thank you very much, Tevin. And there's also that angle for public and private collaboration. And I want you to weigh in here, Gufu, in terms of how then can we enhance it? And what are some of the rules of engagements? And more importantly, what is the role of the regulator and even government in facilitating an environment where open collaboration from a cyber defense perspective is actually encouraged? Gufu?
Thank you very much, Anthony. As Mwenda has said, cybersecurity is not a standalone function. We have to work together. There are different, we have already enhanced different existing collaboration. One is through existing multi-stakeholders engagement framework like National KSAT. At Communication Authority of Kenya, we have established the National KSAT, which brings together the National KSAT Cybersecurity Committee. And its function is mostly to interface between the local and international service providers whose platforms are used to perpetrate cybercrime. So the NKCC member, which is a multi-stakeholder collaboration committee, draw its membership from government and private sectors. And this include law enforcement, and we have telecommunications, we have utility companies, we have academia, and we have also, critical information infrastructure service providers. So this is very important. So what happened is that we collaborate by sharing timely, real-time threat intelligence broadly across its member, which is the NKCC members on daily basis. Another way is through enhanced incident reporting channel, such as collaboration on reporting child online abuse with ISPs and law enforcement. We have just launched a website which you can report any child online abuse with ISPs. The website is www.cop.ksat, that is ke-sat.go.ke. Another way is to collaborate on cyber awareness and cyber hygiene as a first line of defense. Every October, as a national KSAT, we bring together ICT industries to discuss emerging issues and concern and trade in cybersecurity. Another way is by enhancing MOUs. For example, we have various MOUs in different topics of cybersecurity with, for example, academia, where they do research for us and capacity building in cybersecurity. As I've said, cybersecurity, we have to collaborate. We don't have, we cannot, it's not a one-man show. We have to collaborate with each other. It's very important. The partnership, now the government cannot just say, it cannot be alone, because it cannot be alone, because it's giving service to also there are also critical infrastructure services which are owned by private companies. So it is very important for that on that line to collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gufu. Very insightful. And allow me to press harder on that point, especially where we're talking about people just coming out and opening and just giving threat intelligence, especially organizations. How then do we make it, motivating for them to actually do so? And the reason why I'm asking is that most of the times you'd find organizations might be reluctant for one reason or the other to share this data. So what should motivate them actually to do that? And I really want to hear, especially coming from a regulatory perspective, what are some of the things that you actually have put in place just to make it worth their time to share this data across the industry?
Thank you very much. As I've already talked about, we have a membership, a trust community. I've talked about it, the NKCC. And another way the government is fostering the culture of cyber defense, intelligence sharing, is through developing regulation to guide information sharing, the information sharing channels which protect organization. Why? It is important because organization may openly, as you say, participate in sharing cyber threats which targets their network. But still, as they share those cyber threat intelligence, they want their contribution remain anonymous to protect their reputation. I can give an example. For example, if I am in Bank X, and I can give an example. If I'm, for example, a financial sector, and we are, all of us, we are competing. So if I have one vulnerability and the other, I will not want, as much as the channel for sharing is there, I don't want somebody to know that, oh, I have this vulnerability. So that is very important. Another way is to enhance compliance, because once you put, regulations, guide, so you need to see if those, if it is complying. So another way is to enhance compliance across the board for the existing regulatory obligation. For example, by enforcing penalties for non-compliance, which is very important. And we've seen that KRA also give, if you don't pay taxes on time, they give, they recognize you pay on time. You don't pay on time, they give you penalties for that. And those are the those are the measures. Another way is incentive program. As a national KSAT, every year we give free training, and especially the one that has certifications and in cybersecurity. We equip these stakeholders, which are our NKCC members, with skills to defend their system against cyber attack. Through industry award, for example, another way is through industry award. We give for the excellent performance and also sticking to the rules and regulation. Sometimes you can also consider giving license fee holiday. And also you can also recognize people, as I've already said, by giving them certificate of compliance. But very important, above all that, however, it's the best model of information sharing is one that is driven by stakeholders, the government, and government partnering with the private themselves, as opposed to a regulatory-driven model. The self-driven model, such as, for example, like KBA, Kenya Bankers Association, we have bankers as the banks connecting to them, and on timely basis, these associations, they share those cyber threat intelligence, and KBA is one of our sector SAT. We also have technology service providers who are private. We also have academia. And they share, those cyber threat intelligence among themselves. Those are very important. Another way is creating awareness on the importance of, sharing those cyber threat intelligence. Because if today I have this vulnerability in my own company, and I have been attacked, and this. Because of this vulnerability. So if I'll share with my community, the one that we for example, like KBA, you share those cyber intelligence on time, you will find out that it will save another Bank X. So Bank Y can share with Bank X. So of course, through the channel which has been established. So that one is very important because at least you should have saved that attack to take place.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I
Yes.
like the point where you've
Another
made
thing,
about stakeholder-driven threat intelligence
Yes,
sharing. And I want to throw
exactly.
this question also to Tevin in terms of what are your thoughts in terms of enabling a culture that can actually be achieved as well?
I think Ms. Goff has highlighted some of the things that I was even thinking about. And another thing I think we should look at is things like, as you're saying, offering incentives for people to actually come. And I was reading the way, like in the UK, they have this very interesting bounty hunting program. And last year generated approximately 40 million euros to people. So imagine a lot of young people like me who are in space, maybe can't find jobs. This can be an avenue that companies and also regulatory bodies like CAK can encourage. So it can be like a side hustle. It was very interesting. One of the people was talking about, she's a lecturer by day, a bounty hunter by night. And so given that a lot of young people are entering into the IS, another area of collaboration will be encouraging such policies so that even if someone comes in and they're like, we discovered this vulnerability in your system, you're not chasing them away or saying you are the culprit. No, you're encouraging it. So I think that's an area of possible collaboration. Another area of, I think, possible collaboration between private and public sector, just to build up on Gofu's point, is the idea of digital evidence. Because in as much as I think CAK has really been at the forefront of sharing all the cyber hacks we're having, we are yet to see a successful prosecution of a cyber incident or event. And I think one of the areas, because last year we had done a study like cyber security and what's ailing the sector and how come you're not having a lot of prosecutions. And one of the things that came out was evidence. We realized most evidence is kept by the private sector. So, and to show you the importance of the private sector, is it 2 years ago of, I think, terror in the US? And then you remember the regulators went to Apple and they were like, we need to access the phone. And Apple was like, we can't help you and we won't help you. So you see, that's a case of, yes, it's a case of private sector saying we can't help you yet. You're seeing a case here that needs the help of the private sector. And eventually what Apple did is they went to Israel and got someone to crack the phone. So the area of digital evidence, I think, is an area that private and public can really collaborate on. And we'll need proper policies on what exactly who will be doing what. I think the private sector can come in terms of digital analysis, in terms of helping in providing digital evidence, in cracking some of these systems. Because you might find, yes, the government is doing its job, it's reporting the cases. But when it comes to now investigation of the cases, it's where I think the private sector can come in and be like, we can help you with this. Okay, there'll be a fine line because they can't also do everything.
Excellent. And I like the fact that you've also now touched especially on the technology in terms of capacity building. So Varun, coming from a tech perspective, still the same question, just a different angle. What are some of those enablers that ideally organizations need to also focus on so that you can also share very good and actionable insights and threat intelligence to the industry?
Sure. So, I was listening to Gufu, and she made a really good point about not disclosing the vulnerabilities or organizations talking to each other. But then what I have seen, and guys, correct me if I'm wrong, but organizations don't know if that vulnerability is there or whether it exists. They are just there to use the software. I mean, if we talk about the latest and the one that is running right now, it's known by the code name Hafnium, right? But there's so many other names to it. It was disclosed by Microsoft, and that's when you got to know that there is a vulnerability. Now, so where do you have to really rely on to the vendor and let the vendor provide these services? Like if I talk about Sophos, we have a managed threat response. Our teams, our threat intelligence team are there 24/7 hunting down the threats in your environment. And that is the kind of service that you need. The customers or the government or or everybody has to use the softwares. Leave that threat hunting or the threat research up to the vendor, because that is their specialty. We eat, drink and sleep with the threats every day. You must be focused on what you have to do. Now, the market is such that we don't have these kind of skills as well. I mean, it's very difficult to find skills of somebody of the caliber of Dr. Bright, for example, right? And do you think every SMB can afford Dr. Bright in his organization? No, right? So that's where you have to rely on the services coming from the vendor. And that is where the market is going, and that is where the trend has to go. If everybody starts doing threat hunting and threat research by themselves, will not get anywhere, and that is where the collaboration needs to happen.
You touch on the partnerships, especially now with the vendors, getting specialists just to look at that. And that is a very, very good point, because most of the time you basically don't want to, as an organization, you want to focus on the things that ideally you're good at. So you leave the other stuff to the specialists, like you've mentioned, threat intelligence. Michael, I'll be very keen to hear your thoughts on the same.
A specialist will do a much better job and will be a lot more efficient than if you had somebody trying to do everything. They say jack of all trades, master of none. So it does make a lot of sense to outsource some of the security functions to specialists. And that's probably one of the reasons at Checkpoint all we do is security. We don't try and do routing or switching. We focus purely on security.
Guys, an open question, and also just to give also your thoughts, especially when we talk about drawing an effective roadmap. This is an organization that basically maybe they haven't been doing a lot of threat intelligence at the moment and even sharing. So how can we draw a roadmap that's going to enable them to, number one, have the requisite capacity and capabilities for them, and number two, also have a mechanism that they can basically, share data within the industry and be open to more collaboration with other peers in the industry. So, and let's take this also as an opportunity to give your parting shots. So I'm going to start with Gufu, and then Tevin, Varun, and then Michael. Gufu, over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. My parting shot is, as I've already said, cybersecurity is not a standalone, because given the complexity of today's interconnected world, I think there is no single tool or security concept that will have a greater impact on the overall cyber landscape than that of collaboration. As all of us, we have alluded to that. I believe that economies of scale achieved through security collaboration have the power to revolutionize the way organizations do the cybersecurity and privacy. If you would like to report to National KSAT, that is communication, which is under Communication Authority of Kenya, as I've already talked about it, kindly report incidents, like cyber. So if you have any cyber incident, kindly report by sending to incident@ksat.go.ke. You can also visit our website, www.ke-crt.go.ke. You can also write a letter to us. You can also visit us. Feel free in case you have any, question or anything you want us to assist you with. Or also you can call our hotlines, which is 702-03-044-42-700 or 730-17-2700. I'll appreciate if I thank you very much, Anthony. Sorry.
Very much, Gufu. We can go to Varun.
Yep, thanks, Anthony. So I think overall, to build a better security posture, we have to lay down the objectives, what we want to do, and if you're not clear, if we don't know the attacks, if the attack surface, leave it out to the vendors. I agree with what Michael said. There's a reason why Sophos is only into security. We're not doing switches and routing, right? And when it comes to security, give it to the vendors instead of trying to do everything yourself, because time and again that has proven to be wrong. And I think it's about time when the vendors also start providing the services, and that's where I see this roadmap going.
Thank you, Varun. Tevin.
Thank you very much. And mine is just to echo what my colleagues have said. And I'll reiterate, last year when we did a study, our main on cybersecurity and what's ailing the sector in terms of policy, our main recommendation was actually collaboration. It's like every point you are giving was there's need for collaboration. Collaboration between private and public sector, because each person has something that they can bring to the table. So, and a good example of how collaboration works is when we saw with the SolarWinds attack in the US, you know, it was a cybersecurity company that went to the government and was like, you know what, your data has been compromised. And not only collaboration between private and public in terms of governments, we need to start seeing legal assistance geared to cybersecurity, because you can have a case of where, like it happened, I think some years back, where there was a attack that happened in the US, and it was by Singapore citizens. And when the US went to try and get the Singapore citizens, the Singapore authorities basically said, you know what, we don't have any mutual legal assistance laws. Number two, we don't even have this crime in Singapore. So here is a case of a private company that was attacked in the US. The US government, yes, wants to assist their companies, but when they go to the culprits, they find that there's this lacuna in the law that they can't really do much. So we need not only private to public, but also public to public. Yeah, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tevin. And lastly, Michael.
Thank you, Anthony. I think we mustn't forget that security is people, process, and technology. So as much as we invest in the technology, we must think through the processes, we must think through the people, make sure people are skilled, make sure people understand what they are looking at, what the risks are. And I think if we put those all three together, we can have a more secure environment.
A very insightful panel that, and you've shared a lot of information that's quite insightful as well. And I like what Tevin said, that umoja ni nguvu. So I think for us as an industry is actually just to open up to a culture of collaboration, threat intelligence sharing, because that is the only sustainable way we can improve the cybersecurity posture in our respective organizations. And that is our time. Thank you as we sign out. I'd like to thank you also just for listening to us. Thank you very much. Bye.
Just to get this right, you had said that those reports would be available online, right, Laura?
Yes.
Okay, so
exactly.
they are available. Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Laura. So for everyone else who has joined us, thank you very much. The
head of Canadian Development Corporation, Janine Cocker, the country director for CARE, Dr. Maureen Miruka, the country director for Oxfam in Kenya, Dr. John Kitui, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be exciting 2 days. And
thank you so much for joining us this morning. A warm welcome to Impact Philanthropy Africa's Forum on Health.
With my 5 remarkable and highly qualified panelists. Hello. We have Mr. Joseph Mathenga of Serianu Limited. He is the Chief Operating Officer at Serianu.
Questions, and I would like to invite all my panelists, starting off with Visa. Eva, thank you so much for making time to be with us and, of course, for being our host. First things first, why is it important for payment firms to consider the social impact in the line of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, Eva?
Having this discussion with my colleagues on the panel to demonstrate their different experiences. So allow me to introduce them. We have Karungari Kahende, who is the head of partnerships at Little, which is a leading super app in East Africa, which began as a ride-hailing company in Kenya.
Mr. Muyuro, President Isaka, Mr. Boniface Asiligwa, the Vice President Isaka, Mr. Preston Odera, completing them. I'll take one of the programs that I've just mentioned, the Jira Digital Program. Within the program, we do have specifically a Women in Work series, which is aimed at, actually having more young women take up their Jira Digital Program, go through our free training, which is offered both online and what is
our supply systems, that we have hubs that are specifically looking at supply chain, and those roles are now at above market. A most important bit is when we come to sourcing, we're talking about 100 plus, 800 plus locations, 800 plus kind of suppliers. You need to know how do you manage all these suppliers to ensure that in your demand forecasting. So this is a context when we talk about our supply chain. That is the complexity.
The products, or to complain about your service, or to get an upgrade, or just normal interactions. So ultimately, the companies that take advantage of digitization or digital interactions to engage their clients are the companies that are going to come on top of the list in terms of great and superior customer service.
Okay, so that's a good segue for you, Jane. In a very competitive market where digitization is at forefront, and the banking industry has to stay on top of these emerging technologies. So explain to us how these new technologies, and feel free to tell us which technologies they are.
What about healthy eating? What about, instead of them partnering with Red Bull, they partner with a business that promotes juicing and good eating? What if they incorporated points into video games that allowed children to identify when they'd gone beyond the boundary? Because having children is scary. I mean, I don't have them yet, but I'm going to have them, and I'm terrified.
Good morning, Africa. Good morning today from South Africa to Nigeria. How are you doing? So welcome to this session. This is innovation and simplicity, giving your business a competitive edge. And we're talking about one of my best subjects, which is a containerization or container technology.
An SME is a person who is doing businesses, but at a lower, middle, or at advanced level.
We have MSME.
Yes.
Then we have SME. If you have an M-Pesa shop, for example,
yes,
you are an MSME.
MSME, the Mama Mboga down there is an MSME. The boundary is the number of employees and the turnover. Exactly. Chamber have partnered with the Ministry of Health, and we are at least giving the tenders to those Mama Mbogas. With our presence in the 47 counties, we have gone down to that lowest entrepreneur or an SME.
I have the reason why this and this is not working, and if I keep doing things differently, it will work. They call me the dreamer, and this is something that they started calling me from high school. But at that time I was thinking in my mind, what is she thinking? Why would I need a job after 4 years? If you can't put your time and energy to get it to a point where people can see some results or traction, then you'll only have yourself to blame. Nobody owes you anything, or nobody owes anybody anything. It is you and you alone to make your idea a success.
Today I've learned that a concept known as abundant mentality. You don't think that this one idea or this one solution is only yours. You have to hone the skills, and I think it's just over experience that you begin to hone those skills, and realizing that it's not only one idea you'll ever have in your entire life. Yeah, and every time there is a need, because that muscle is working, you will always be looking for a solution. You need to dream big dreams, you know. I think that we have the capacity to do a lot more to change the course of the world, yeah. But we need to have a deep self-belief in ourselves.
when someone tells me they're broke and they're not making money, and I'm like, what? Like, there's so many ways to make money in this world. Because of digitalization, it's actually increased your avenues of actually making money. Our revenue actually like doubled during COVID period. Oh, I can actually just take my phone and Google African pendants, and then you find our results. Yeah. With entrepreneurship, there's no map. You just go in there, it's like a bush, you're just cutting, looking for a way. You just go in there with a machete trying to clear a way for you to get to where you want to get to. So don't be scared to jump in, and don't expect a roadmap. Create your own roadmap.
The weakest link in cybersecurity. We have a fantastic panel that has been lined up for you, and our moderator for this session is going to be Fiona Makaka. She is the Data Protection Officer at Safaricom. One thing you should know about Fiona is that she is the first Data Protection Officer here in Kenya. She is extremely passionate about data protection and is an active member of the Data Protection Association of Kenya as a board member. Fiona is also part of Hanovation, a team of ladies and leaders in tech who are definitely taking over this region. Ladies and gentlemen, lend us your ears as we get into this conversation. And over to you, Fiona, as you moderate this particular discussion. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you so much, Ian, for that wonderful introduction. So today I'm excited about this topic. We're going to go deep into it and just talk about it. What do we mean when we say people are the weakest link, and why do we say that? So before we go further, I'm just going to let the panelists introduce themselves, and we're just going to start with Evelyn. Just introduce yourself because you're the only lady panelist today. Just tell us a bit about yourself, what you do, and where you do it.
Okay, my name is Evelyn Kilal. I am a cybersecurity engineer in Safaricom, and in most of the
Evelyn,
time
you're
I work
on
hand in
mute.
hand with.
Evelyn, we can't hear you. You're on mute.
So you can hear me now?
Okay, as Evelyn just sorts out the mic situation, we can go to Francis. Francis, tell us a bit about yourself, what you do, where you do it from, and who you are.
Thanks, Fiona. Good morning, everyone. Fiona, it's good to see you again after many months. But yeah, my name is Francis Mwangi, and I'm an IT security consultant. I'm passionate about technology and security. And yes, I've been in this space for the last 10 years or so. And looking forward to the discussion today.
Great, great. Can we then go to John? John, tell us a bit about yourself, what you do, and where you're from.
Morning, everybody. Thanks for spending time with us today. My name's John. I am the principal and subject matter expert for our cloud business in Africa, focusing primarily on the cloud. But, you know, if it connects or if it's touching the cloud, that's also something that I'm interested in. And as you would have seen earlier, also focusing quite intensely on compliance, which unfortunately is also a big human factor these days. State of compliance is very, very important. And yeah, thanks for having us.
Wonderful. Cephas, are you there? Okay, so let's go to Evelyn. Evelyn, just tell us a bit about yourself. You're the only lady panelist.
Thank you so much. My name is Evelyn Kilal. I am a cybersecurity engineer in Safaricom, and I work mostly with Fiona when it comes to data protection for the different projects that we work on. And secondly, I'm part of the co-founding members of a community initiative called She Hacks Kenya, which is centered to educating more students around cybersecurity.
Great, thank you so much for that. So really, Francis, let's start with you. What do we mean when we talk about people being the weakest link in the cybersecurity link? What what do we mean, and why do we say that? The reason is, traditionally, we've always said cybersecurity is a tech issue. It's a solutions, tools issue. But now, increasingly, we are starting to realize cybersecurity also involves processes and people. And particularly now, today, we're going to focus on people and how people are a situation where they create a gap. So tell us a bit more about that.
Yes, indeed. I think when we talk about people being the weakest link in security, there are really three facets that we look at when you're considering the security of the organization or security in general. And this is the people, the process, and the technology. So a lot of organizations tend to merely focus on the last two, the technology and the processes. When you look at the technology, you're looking at what kind of infrastructure do we have in place? Do we have firewalls in place to protect our network? What kind of controls do we have in place? Are people using multi-factor authentication for logging onto their platforms? Are we patching and updating our software platforms regularly? And when you look at the processes, it's really who is accessing what and for what reason. But we tend to forget that we can invest in the best security solutions, but we forget that the people who are using these solutions also need to be trained. And so if people are ignorant about the security threats that are out there, if people are ignorant about phishing scams, then that's why they become the weakest link. I'll give you an example. In many organizations, you'll find that when you're walking into an office and you're scanning your fingerprint on the fingerprint reader or your badge, and someone is walking behind you, people tend to piggyback, something that's called an attack that's called piggybacking. So you piggyback, you're walking with an employee who belongs to the organization, and employees will rarely ask the person, hi, how are you? Can I help you? Who do you want to see? You just hold the door open for them to walk in without really interrogating who they're going to see and what they're going to do. And so that's why there's a lapse there, because if people are not educated on such things, if you're not educated on the fact that if you're working from a restaurant, especially now that we're working from home, if you're working remotely and you're in a restaurant, have you been informed about a shoulder surfing attack where someone can come and stand behind you and look at what you're doing on your screen? If you're walking away from your desk for a few minutes, have you locked that machine so that no one is able to access what's on your desktop? So such very simple things, very basic, simple things, but that we fail to adhere to, but we focus on the more sophisticated issues like the technology and the processes. So organizations need to take a very keen interest on their users and on the level of maturity in terms of security of their users.
Great. That's a very comprehensive explanation from you, Francis. Evelyn, now that organizations, more and more people are working from home, and particularly I know your organization, you have situations where you have employees who are working from home. What are some of the experiences you can give us? What are some of the situations you have seen where the people are the weakest link? And in response to that, how can we make sure we mitigate that exposure?
Okay, thank you, Fiona. I think to add on to what Francis mentioned, and with regards to working from home right now, is do we have the right skill set and the different things that Francis mentioned in regards to what supports the organization? Are our employees empowered enough to maximize the use of those particular resources? So with that, if we don't have the relevant expertise and training for those particular employees, that means we might not be able to harness the different investments by the organization on what we have. Therefore, there's the aspect of putting in the skill set for different employees so they're empowered enough to use items like VPN access for virtual working or working from home. Yeah.
Yeah, I like what you've said. You've talked about training, empowering, and also Francis has talked about awareness. So what do we mean when we talk about awareness? Because it can be argued that when it comes to awareness, I mean, you can do training as much as possible. You can make me know about, password protection and what have you, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I will do it. So is there an element of culture that comes in, because I might not change my day-to-day behavior. I might just know, but I don't change. So what are your thoughts on that?
Okay, I think having it as a mandatory requirement per se, not really mandatory, but holding accountability with the different employees that we have. We have a sense of accountability to what we have and what we have been given. That creates a sense of having to do the right thing at the right point in time.
Wonderful. And just circling back to the topic of the day, which is cloud, John Ward, as an expert in this field, what are the 3 top critical issues when it comes to cloud? What are the 3 top critical issues that you will bring out? And is people one of the challenges that are faced when there's cloud adoption?
Oh yeah, thanks for asking that question. In cloud, there are more than 3 issues that one should be looking for, especially when it comes to the human component in the cloud topology. Just remember, at the end of the day, humans are creating those scripts to do the deployments. They are configuring the perimeter of that environment. They're also going so far as to set about the requirements and how comfortable the company is with getting that solution into the cloud. The first one is governance and compliance. Is what we're deploying suitable for the job? Number 1, is it secure enough? And number 2, when we start looking at how a deployment gets done, at some point or other, we have to look at the behavior of the systems. Now, humans, unfortunately, are the weakest link. When it comes to looking at what your stuff's doing in the cloud, a lot of the time, people lose track of what's going on. So, the same way that I say when doing network security, you have to do the basics well, go and protect those users by informing them what information security is. Let them understand that it is their system that they're accessing and they're responsible in part. Many of these users actually just say, well, it's the IT's problem to, take care of these problems. And if it doesn't work, then, I don't really care. It's their problem to fix it. Just remember, users also have a problem in that they have home lives, they're doing things that are not necessarily always work-related. And, over time, their priorities tend to dwell more in their personal life than at work. And it is very easy to go and do things like misconfigure a bucket somewhere in the cloud or go and do things like that, that are not something that you would do on purpose. But, humans are susceptible to errors in thought. They might be thinking something else and clicking a button unknowingly, So that's why when deploying these systems, one of the best way to protect the users is to have some form of artificial intelligence going around and making sure that what they're doing is sane, number 1. Number 2, have the ability to just report and be able to provide some form of sanity check that what's been done is accurate. Because, at the end of the day, data can be gone in 60 seconds, to quote an important movie title. So that's where we stand on that one.
Wonderful, wonderful. That makes sense. So employ technology like AI, but also ensure, there's a maker checker. Are there any other small things we can do to just make sure that we have protected ourselves when it comes to humans as being the error and the weakest link? What are some of the other things, apart from awareness, apart from what John has talked about? Francis, from where you sit as a consultant and having worked with all these organizations and seeing the pain points, what are your thoughts around it? What can we do to address this issue?
All right. I think what we can really start to focus on is we like using this term that data is the new oil, and we keep talking about protecting our data, but really what controls have we put in place to ensure that this data is indeed protected? I'll give you an example. when you look at GDPR and when you look at local regulations like the Data Protection Act, for instance, for GDPR, if you're handling data that's from a data subject in the European Union, there are stipulations. Like if you experience a breach and that data is leaked, you risk being fined. Your organization risks being fined. And so because you know that, there are things that you need to begin to put in place. There's something we call the least principle of least privilege, where as a user, let's say if I am a database administrator, I have no business accessing, confidential information that is classified as confidential. So if I am a database user and I have root admin access, it means that if a hacker was able to get hold of my account, they can move laterally through the network environment and access whatever they want to access within the network. So it's in ensuring that, what access do our users have, and especially look at C-level users, the CFO, the CEO, the most vulnerable users within the organization. Are they employing multi-factor authentication? Is their information encrypted? Is data in storage encrypted? Is data in transit and encrypted? So you need to begin to figure out what data security controls need to be put in place, so that even if a user account is breached, then we know that at least we have minimized the spread or the spread of the risk. Another issue is like when consider the fireside chat today morning with Harry and Bright and Ralph. One thing that was clearly mentioned was, social engineering is a big deal. We're focusing so much on the technical, whereas if someone walks into your organization and they're able to have a chit chat with a person at the front office and trick them into plugging in their flash disk into the machine, you might as well give them the key to the office, because that's what you've really done. So you really need to begin to look at such issues and sensitization in that aspect, in that element. But the biggest issue that I've seen with most organizations is that they're not taking security seriously, because they feel that we're too small to be hit, or we don't have, our data is not that valuable. So even if we were hit, we won't really feel the pinch. So really, we start by looking at the data. What are the data controls that should put in place? And in terms of social engineering, what can you do to ensure that users are able to spot these gaps and they're able to mitigate the risk themselves? Then the other thing, lastly, that we need to do is make security a culture in the organization and entrench it within the HR policy. Because once you do that, people know that it becomes a disciplinary issue. If you have been trained, you've gone through cybersecurity awareness training, but yet there's a breach that happened due to your own ignorance or ignorance that was on your part. So it needs to become a HR issue, and it needs to be entrenched within the policy.
It's great. Thank you, Francis, there with some pragmatic step-by-step things we can take, step-by-step guidelines on how we can protect ourselves. Cephas, we would like to hear from you. Or Evelyn, is there anything else you want to add to that? For John has talked about implementing, solutions and technology to curb this. And Francis has been very pragmatic, has said, these are the step-by-step, multi-factor authentication and all that. What do you think? What are your thoughts around it? Is it a cyber hygiene issue?
Okay, I can add two elements to what Francis has mentioned. One with regards to access management is let's try have privileged access management in terms of most organizations have generic user accounts. So with the different generic user accounts, how can we hold whoever logged in the last time to that particular account? Or are you able to tie to the owner of that machine the account that's signed into a platform? Because in most instances in the different banking industries or fintech industries we have, most fraudulent activities are tied to the generic accounts. So is there a way you can have control over that? And then secondly, there's the aspect of the the increasingly changing malware, where we have polymorphic malware mechanisms in a way that malware comes in different shapes and sizes. And with that, how can an organization be able to monitor that? So for that, the first line of defense for such a mechanism is the organization able to proactively identify the different malwares that come in, because malwares come differently and they are constantly changing. So a different organization are able to manage that or identify that. I think I can add to, John had mentioned something with regards to AI, and such mechanisms will assist in monitoring such aspects with regards to malware. Yeah.
Okay,
That's
great.
a-
I'm
that's a very
seeing
good
Cephas
point.
has joined us. Cephas, how are you?
Morning, everyone.
Morning, Cephas.
Happy to have you. So Cephas is the CISO in Madison Group. And Cephas, we are just talking about humans being the weakest link. And from your experience as CISO, have you seen this? Have you had experiences where you've seen this, more so where people are now working from home? Have you experienced this? And in the past or in the future, how do you intend to protect or mitigate against this exposure?
Yeah, suffice to say, when you look at people, processes, and technology, at the end of the day, yes, it is a fact, and it is true that humans are the weakest link, simply by the old analogy where machines do not make mistakes, humans do. There is no foolproof mitigation against this, just continuous improvements in terms of security awareness, helping them understand that cybersecurity or information security at large isn't just an IT thing, but the entire organization at large. And of course, trusting more in terms of investing in technology where you look at what happens beyond the human factor. Of course, it's a weak chain that it's debatable that yes, we can improve, but at the end of the day, humans still make errors. We are error prone from time immemorial. So looking at what happens after the humans make a mistake, after they do an error, what processes and what technologies can I use to ensure that I mitigate to the maximum, to ensure that I do not get, or rather I lower my risk factor, is what entirely we as CISOs have to do to ensure that we are maximizing on our losses.
Oh, wonderful, Cephas. So Cephas is also emphasizing on the post-breach activities after you have a situation where there's an employee who has exposed the business. What do you do? What are the things you look out for? So having said that, the theme that is recurring in all your responses is, training and awareness and also cyber hygiene. So let's talk a little bit more about cyber hygiene. What are the things you should think about? So John, maybe you can take that for us. What are the things, the critical issues that need to be discussed when you're talking about cyber hygiene, and what you're going to tell these end users?
Well, that's a very interesting question. I believe that when it comes to information technology, we have people and processes. Those are the two important things, and then we have the data. First things first, do the basics well. Make sure that that end user has the least level of privileges. That was also said earlier. That's a great way of starting. After you've got the least level of privileges, then make sure that the machine itself has the capability of only doing what it needs to do. There's no point in having 5,000 different pieces of software that could end up being tripped up by malware if it gets deployed, etc., etc. So it's the machine, it's the person. Then, when we're starting to look at how that user accesses the network, we should then have the ability to control where inside the network that user can go. We already know that the user has the correct privileges. We now know that the software on the machine is accurately provisioned. We now get to control where that user on this machine is capable of accessing that network. This talks to things, probably a buzzword today, zero trust. I know we've had that philosophy and that technology for many years now, but with zero trust, we now get to control where that user goes inside the network. And then there's another interesting facet which we're all supposed to be doing. We're supposed to trust, but verify. A lot of people are not verifying what's going on inside their network. It was also said earlier that, companies don't care. When we get breached, we don't care, blah, 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 that sort of thing. It won't be us. And then tomorrow morning, your name's in the newspaper and my lawyer's coming to see you. So when we start talking about that, it is very important that at the end of the day, your solution is not necessarily just about your IT. It's also about the people. It's about the processes that you deploy. It's about the tools that you use to verify and continuously verify that what you're seeing in the network is supposed to be happening. And then last but not least, when the bad stuff happens, you're supposed to have a form of disaster recovery plan or business continuity plan for when, your systems do get breached. And it's only a matter of time before you get breached. And let's face it, it's not about what data you have that is valuable to somebody else. It is what data you have that can be used to supply some form of value or currency to a cyber criminal organization so that they can further maybe an attack somewhere else with that data that they've managed to gather. Social engineering is not just about going into a company and managing to figure out, I'm going to shoulder surf somebody, I'm going to figure out who's connected here and here. Remember, when that person phones into a company and they already know that this user reports to Bob, Bob's the CEO, Bob's secretary is Pamela, and Pamela likes to have lunch, etc., and blah, blah, because the calendar tells them, etc., etc. All of these things, they add up to hygiene, number one. Number two, verifying that your data is secure. Number three, make sure that you've done the basics well. And so many people I consult with every day have not done the basics to a level whereby they would pass an audit. And that's a shame because, data security, securing your users with a bit of education, and then, of course, verifying. These are all things that you can do with simple tool sets and not have to spend an exorbitant amount of money on.
That's wonderful. A bit of education, a bit of technology coming in, a bit of post-incident response activities, and definitely disaster recovery. What do you do when something has happened? So with 5 minutes left, I just want you guys to, starting from Evelyn, maybe just give us a few words to end, and then we could end.
Okay, thank you, Fiona. This comes to an end for the session. So the key thing I'd like to add is the having a sense of accountability and making sure that the governance and compliance aspects to the organization are adhered to by the different parties or the different teams that we have in different teams in the organization. So that's it from me. Thank you so much, and I'm glad to meet everyone here today.
Thank you, Evelyn. Cephas, you can take it next.
There's a phrase I usually like to adopt in terms of when I face challenges, and it goes like this: no challenge is the be-all, end-all to cybersecurity. Yep. So regardless of the uncertainties, the risks, as long as you merge people, processes, and technology, you can always achieve cyber hygiene and, of course, overall cybersecurity.
Great. Francis?
Yes, I really just want to ride on top of what John has said. Just get the basics right. If you get the basics right, especially with regards to the users, have strong password policy enforced in place. Don't use one password for your multiple platforms or multiple web applications. And just ensure that even in terms of the key stakeholders, the cybersecurity budget needs to be supported and needs to be looked into. So just get the basics right and ensure that you practice proper cyber hygiene, as you called it. And I think when we practice these things, then we will bring down the risk to a minimum. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. And last but not least, John, give us your final thoughts.
I think the same way that a company has a great asset in data, I think companies have great assets in their people that work with them. And as I've said before and has been echoed, do the basics right and success will follow. It's the same way as in life. Be prepared, provide some education, and at the end of the day, you know, where you have an opportunity that meets where you've prepared, you'll have success. And that's the story of life, isn't it?
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, there you have it. That was our panel. Thank you so much for giving us your experiences and what you have gone through and your guidance in terms of, what we should do to in order to mitigate against this. And thank you so much for tuning in. I hope it's been an informative session. Have a lovely afternoon.
So just to get this right, you had said that those reports would be available online, right, Laura?
Yes.
Okay, so
exactly.
they
Yes.
are available. Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Laura. So
Thank
for
you,
everyone else who has joined us, thank you very much.
The head of Canadian Development Corporation, Janine Cocker, the country director for CARE, Dr. Maureen Miruka, the country director for Oxfam in Kenya, Dr. John Kitui, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be exciting 2 days. And
thank you so much for joining us this morning. A warm welcome to Impact Philanthropy Africa's Forum on Health.
With my 5 remarkable and highly qualified panelists. Hello. We have Mr. Joseph Mathenga of Serianu Limited. He is the Chief Operating Officer at Serianu.
Questions, and I would like to invite all my panelists, starting off with Visa. Eva, thank you so much for making time to be with us and, of course, for being our host. First things first, why is it important for payment firms to consider the social impact in the line of the UN Sustainable Development Goals? Eva?
Yes. Having this discussion with my colleagues on the panel to demonstrate their different experiences. So allow me to introduce them. We have Karungari Kahende, who is the head of partnerships at Little, which is a leading super app in East Africa, which began as a ride-hailing company in Kenya.
Mr. Muyuro, President Isaka, Mr. Boniface Asiligwa, the Vice President Isaka, Mr. Preston Odera, completing them. I'll take one of the programs that I've just mentioned, the Jira Digital Program. Within the program, we do have specifically a Women in Work series, which is aimed at, actually having more young women take up their Jira Digital Program, go through our free training, which is offered both online and what is
our supply systems, such that we have hubs that are specifically looking at supply chain, and those roles are now at above market. A most important bit is when we come to sourcing, we're talking about 100 plus, 800 plus locations, 800 plus kind of suppliers. You need to know how do you manage all these suppliers to ensure that in your demand forecasting. So this is a context when we talk about our supply chain. That is the complexity.
The products, or to complain about your service, or to get an upgrade, or just normal interactions. So ultimately, the companies that take advantage of digitization or digital interactions to engage their clients are the companies that are going to come on top of the list in terms of great and superior customer service.
Okay. So that's a good segue for you, Jane. In a very competitive market where digitization is at forefront, and the banking industry has to stay on top of these emerging technologies. So explain to us how these new technologies, and feel free to tell us which technologies they are.
What about healthy eating? What about, instead of them partnering with Red Bull, they partner with a business that promotes juicing and good eating? What if they incorporated points into video games that allowed children to identify when they'd gone beyond the boundary? Because having children is scary. I mean, I don't have them yet, but I'm going to have them, and I'm terrified.
Good morning, Africa. Good morning today from South Africa to Nigeria. How are you doing? So welcome to this session. This is innovation and simplicity, giving your business a competitive edge. And we're talking about one of my best subjects, which is a containerization or container technology.
An SME is a person who is doing businesses, but at a lower, middle, or at advanced level.
We have MSME.
Yes.
Then we have SME. If you have an M-Pesa shop, for example,
yes,
you are an MSME.
MSME, the Mama Mboga down there is an MSME. The boundary is the number of employees and the turnover. Exactly. Chamber have partnered with the Ministry of Health, and we are at least giving the tenders to those Mama Mbogas. With our presence in the 47 counties, we have gone down to that lowest entrepreneur or any SME.
I have the reason why this and this is not working, and if I keep doing things differently, it will work. They call me the dreamer, and this is something that they started calling me from high school. But at that time I was thinking in my mind, what is she thinking? Why would I need a job after 4 years? If you can't put your time and energy to get it to a point where people can see some results or traction, then you'll only have yourself to blame. Nobody owes you anything, or nobody owes anybody anything. It is you and you alone to make your idea a success.
Today I've learned that a concept known as abundant mentality. You don't think that this one idea or this one solution is only yours. You have to hone the skills, and I think it's just over experience that you begin to hone those skills, and realizing that it's not only one idea you'll ever have in your entire life, and every time there is a need, because that muscle is working, you will always be looking for a solution. You need to dream big dreams, I think that we have the capacity to do a lot more to change the course of the world, but we need to have a deep self-belief in ourselves.
When someone tells me they're broke and they're not making money, and I'm like, what? Like, there's so many ways to make money in this world. Because of digitization, it's actually increased your avenues of actually making money. Our revenue actually doubled during COVID period. Oh, I can actually just take my phone and Google African pendants, and then you find our results. With entrepreneurship, there's no map. You just go in there, it's like a bush, you're just cutting, looking for a way. You just go in there with a machete, trying to clear a way for you to get to where you want to get to. So don't be scared to jump in, and don't expect a roadmap. Create your own roadmap.
Optimizing security for remote working. We have a fantastic panel that has been lined up for you, and to moderate this session, he is the COO at Safari Express, and he is an entrepreneur with over 15 years experience in technology industry, instrumental in the setup and operations of some of the region's inaugural and most visible mobile value-added services. He's held key positions and he has unique insight when it comes to marine technology to the marketplace. Ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't get any better than that. And he's also well-versed in building a broad industry and with networks and many years of experience in designing and implementing, and I quote, mission-critical solutions. This is an individual who can leverage his knowledge to deliver measurable business results, reduce implementation risk, and achieve the project success. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hand over to the COO at Safari Express. This is none other than Mbugua Njihia. Over to you, Mbugua, as you bring the house down.
Thank you, Ian. New world, new rules, new realities. If you are on the internet, right? And if you go into the interwebs, what you realize is that the major conversation happening is still around the pandemic. It is not going anywhere, and what that has done, it's resulted to us now looking at working remote, especially for services and the knowledge industry. It has become apparent that we can no longer converge to actually create value. And today I'm excited to have a fantastic panel. Dr. Bright, Head of Cybersecurity at Dimension Data, Ken Kimani, Channel Manager at ESET, Amarjit, who's a lead penetration tester from Macrosec, and Mutheu, who's a cybersecurity lawyer, with whom we'll try to look at the issue of optimizing security for remote working. Thank you all for making time. And I think we'll just get right into it, and we'll start with you, Ken. What are some of the things, or what is the state of preparedness that you've seen in terms from your docket, from businesses essentially looking at the remote workforce?
Thank you very much. My name is Ken Kimani. I work for ESET. ESET is an internet security company. The mission is to ensure that people can enjoy technology in a safe, secure digital world. Now, when it comes to the state of preparedness, I think last month we at ESET carried out a survey of about 1,200 individuals in different sectors. And we were asking them about this preparedness and how they're behaving, how they're handling internet security during the pandemic. So about 80% of companies feel that their employees, especially those that are working remotely, do have the skills and have the capabilities to mitigate cybersecurity risks. At the same time, 70% of the respondents talked about feeling that their accounts are exposed or are in line to be targeted for cybersecurity attack. Now, it's kind of an oxymoron because at the same, we have people who are saying they're okay, and then people who are saying also they're not okay. What we are finding also at the same time is that people, malicious actors, hackers, to say so, are really improving on their skills. They are really working hard. They're coming up with new fileless scripting techniques. They have ways of getting to know zero-day threats in software, in hardware. And so these guys are really upping the game. At the same time, during the pandemic, we found that a lot of companies are doing their best to adhere to IT best practices. They're doing their best to follow patching in terms of software, hardware. They're doing to implement security. So in a nutshell, the state of cybersecurity preparedness businesses, I think, is a catch-22 situation. It's a cat and mouse game where we have people who are really working hard to expose weaknesses in systems and people who are really working hard to protect those systems.
Thanks, Ken. Maybe just a quick addition to a question to the stats that you've mentioned. So who should we really look as the baseline truth here? You've said the business leaders, 80% are saying we feel we are ready, but 70% are also there saying we feel exposed. Where do you think that needle is pointing to?
I think the needle is pointing to the fact that you could be prepared, but at the same time, you should always be proactive in seeking out weaknesses, seeking out areas or soft spots, if you'd allow me to say, where you can be targeted, because it's always evolving. Yesterday's threats are not the same as today's threats. So that's why you find that solutions like endpoint detection response systems that collect data and trying to analyze, try to establish a trend, or just to try and see an anomaly, are becoming very prevalent in businesses. So ultimately, the needle is pointing to the fact that be prepared, but at the same time, expect the unexpected.
It will come to you now. Not first, I think it would be great to explain to the audience what a penetration tester is, and then probably walk us through the journey of what does it take for an organization to actually secure themselves, especially in the context of remote work. You know, we've been used to walking into an office environment, you know, going through the biometric readers. The network is already secured within the company. Tell us who is a pen tester, and you know, how can we get our organizations ready for remote work?
Thank you for that question, Bugwa. My name is Amajit Laburam. I am a lead penetration tester at Macrosec. Basically, as you've heard, threat actors are not sleeping. They're constantly finding new techniques, tactics, and procedures to attack business enterprises. So as a pen tester, I also do what's called red teaming. So we look at all these techniques that and all these vulnerabilities that get released on the interwebs. And we try and also look through the proof of concepts and see how those attacks can be leveraged on our clients' networks. So basically, at the end of it all, a penetration tester is looking for all the weaknesses and vulnerabilities that may be either on a network, it may be in an application, it may be just on a specific server or stack. So hence, the work that goes behind it about looking for those vulnerabilities, what sort of exploitation can be done, and what is the impact of that at the end of it all. So basically, that's the gist of what pen testing is.
Superb. And at what point, in terms of any solution development, do you come in? Is a pen tester, or does an organization like Microsec get engaged post, during, or before?
Ideally, when it comes to, for example, network, come in or post deployment, because now your infrastructure is ready, or even some people may come in and want us to help them build it from the start. So we review and analyze as they make change networks. But ideally, it's before any time of going live. Pre-going live is the best time to do this analysis, so that you do not take your risks and put them out. Say, for you're releasing a new mobile application, you do not want to go and launch your application with all the vulnerabilities already in there. So before going live, you'd probably do vulnerability assessment or test on that app, so that you can find these loopholes and seal them before you take it out and it's used for public consumption. So you're mitigating your risks as much as possible. Again, this is not a guarantee that you'll be 100% covered, because every day there's a new vulnerability discovered. So again, a pen test or a vulnerability assessment is only as good at that time period it was done, undertaken.
Muthoi, now to you. We've been having a running conversation as a country when it comes to, you know, the data privacy law, and now, you know, that came into place, and then COVID hit. What should the businesses, whether large or small, what should we be looking out for in relation to, you know, our staff working remotely vis-a-vis the Data Privacy Act? What are the repercussions of that as well?
You know, data protection has been around for a long time. I mean, we've been protecting data from time immemorial, but data protection and data privacy have now become the it words, and they all arose from when they released its European General Data Protection Regulation, which is commonly referred to as the GDPR. And this was purely due to the hefty fines attributed to non-compliance with the GDPR, because the GDPR sets a maximum fine of 20 million euros, or 4% of the annual global turnover, whichever is greater. There are other less monetary penalties which you can get. You can get warnings and reprimands and everything. So many Kenyan companies, because if they're dealing with an EU nation to comply to the GDPR, so many started taking data privacy and data protection seriously. However, locally, we enacted our Data Protection Act in 2019. We didn't operationalize it. It's been very operationalized because we only appointed our first data commissioner, I think last year in November. So she's busy setting up office, and when she does that, and as it's coming in, we're going to see more seriousness being applied to data protection locally, because the Data Protection Act seeks to ensure the notion that a customer can trust a business to protect their sensitive data and maintain transparency about what they do with that data. And in the event of a security breach, that a customer is informed in a timely manner. And in Kenya, it's not uncommon to get an SMS from a random marketer selling you a product, and you're left perplexed. How did they get my number? And we all say, see, they just got it. It must have been from somewhere. But now with the Data Protection Act operationalized, it empowers the subject with the right to know how their personal data is used and to object to the processing of all or part of it. Therefore, those guys who give out your numbers without your consent may soon find themselves in trouble. And our penalties under the Data Protection Act include general penalties of up to 3 million shillings or 2 years imprisonment for individual offenders, or administrative fines of 5 million shillings or 1% of your annual turnover for corporate offenders. Thus, the larger the revenue, the larger the risk, and the larger the fines. So when you bring this with remote working, and what my other fellow panelists have been talking about, if you're not securing your remote working and somebody gets access to this data, with the Data Protection Act, you can now be held liable and be hit with very high penalties. And in this economy, an SME was hit with a penalty of $1 million. That's almost sending them to bankruptcy. So we need to start taking data very seriously. And in fact, the Communications Authority of Kenya data shows that more than 56 million cyber threats were detected nationwide in comparison to 37.1 million the previous year. So just re-emphasize to work with your teams and with your lawyers to optimize security while remote working. Secure everything they're saying. Secure your endpoint security. Ensure your sensitive files are encrypted. Use a multi-factor authentication. Shut down or time out your laptops when you're not using them, because somebody can get data from there. Do not access free public Wi-Fi for serious work businesses. Turn off your smart devices when you're having a meeting, because you could have an unknown guest listening in who's hacked in. Try as much as possible not to work on personal devices. I know those who are working from home, your kids want to come and play on your laptop. They download an app. You don't know what malware is on that app. It could get access to confidential IP rights for your company. And something that's not even tech, something that we take for granted. We're talking about all these tech things, but at the end of the day, we're all at home and we all use paper, or in your office, you use paper. If you're in the office, you'll shred it. If you're at home, make sure you're also shredding those papers which contain sensitive company data.
Reference to the dumpster diver, and many times you say that whether or not you're ordering something from the office, or you've got an important document, and really just crumple it and throw it. And previous speakers have mentioned about the power of the janitor being probably the biggest threat factor. And in your houses, in our homes, it could be the house help who goes in and says, "Oh, this is a home office. What can I see? My employer works for Bank X. Let me try see what I can get out of there." Maybe one for you to stew on, Mutheu, before I go to Bright, is the context of remote work, but also connecting that to gig workers. Now that we've got remote work, we're starting to see a lot more small businesses and even enterprises tap into gig workers. And these gig workers, of course, working off their own devices, working remotely. Maybe a thought on how maybe enterprises and businesses should create those engagement contracts to also make sure that free resources like gig workers are also compliant. Dr. Bright, welcome. We can see your
Thank you very much.
Yours is, to prevent an attack, you oftentimes have to think like the attacker. Over the past 1 year, I'm sure you've seen, things happen out in the wild. And what are some of the attack vectors that you've seen become apparent with the move to remote working?
For remote working, one of the major things that a lot of people did not expect was the whole digital transformation. People had a lot of plans on paper. They never thought they were going to execute it. Now they have to execute all of those, and they had to. Everybody started falling for a lot of phishing attacks. So phishing attacks has become one of the biggest and easiest ways to compromise networks or organizations, because nobody knows exactly what to expect. What email a lot of phishing attacks that came in, and a lot of people were being able to be compromised because they were clicking on links, they're downloading files they were not supposed to. They were basically being able to they were getting into the premises or people's laptops at home, and that is being used to get into the corporate networks. A lot of people started installing VPNs, but you see the VPN is direct access to your corporate network where you had more control. Now, phishing attacks has become one of the easiest way for them to be compromised. So that was one of the most easiest way, coupled with social engineering, that hackers or cyber criminals started taking advantage of, and they have been very successful. A lot of people have lost money. A lot of people's networks have been compromised. Their files have been lost, all because of phishing attacks and social engineering.
Superb. There's that one that says, there's that saying that says, fish for a guy and then he's hooked to you, but teach him to fish and you feed him for life. I think that might be a new mantra in this day and age of remote working. Ken, will segue over to you. Seeing what Bright has said, what are some of the tools that businesses can actually deploy for themselves and also for their employees to mitigate such risks like Dr. Bright has mentioned?
I think, firstly, let us address the elephant in the room. We need to know what tool Amajit uses to maintain that beard. I think that's a serious tool. That being said, there is no tool that is going to solve all your cybersecurity risks. And in the current of the economy, or in the current world we're living in, we have fixed budgets, and these budgets are assigned to address possibly the most urgent risks. So it's actually two situations once again. I'm going to break down the tools into three different domains. Domain is tools that protect your files, folders, and your devices. And then tools that are going to protect your network. And finally, tools that are going to protect your employees. Based on the three categories, there's a wide range of tools. Mutheu mentioned several of them, which is fantastic. She talked about encryption. She talked about multi-factor authentication, which is basically two-step verification. We have things like endpoint protection. We have endpoint detection and response. We have things like routers. We have firewalls. We have virtual routing. We have just training, basic cybersecurity awareness training, and so on and so forth. So the tools are diverse depending on the needs. Companies that are looking to invest in tools to mitigate their cybersecurity risks, I would propose that firstly they carry out a cybersecurity analysis of their company. Based on that, you'll be able to see what risks the company is most prone to. With the budget that you're given, I would propose that you address the risks that are most pertinent to your company. So you balance out the budget that has been given to address these risks and ensure you address majority or the most pressing urgent risks. And with a cybersecurity partner on your side, use your partner. If you don't have a partner, look out for a partner. We at ESET are open to conversations around these things. So look for a partner and then slowly progress, slowly work on minimizing all your risks.
Amarjit, Ken just mentioned budgets. So, budgets, you've got small businesses, large businesses, medium-sized businesses. What, in your opinion, is the best framework to adopt in terms of ensuring that your cybersecurity needs are actually met? Is it having in-house resources, hybrid models, or outsourcing the whole thing to ESET or MacroSec?
I don't know if he's gotten it. I can maybe I can take that up. Yeah. So the thing is, to hire somebody to do a full-time security for you sometimes can be quite challenging. So sometimes it's good to outsource the part that you think you can take. Partners like ESET, we personally have. I've personally worked with ESET where we have used some of the solutions to secure some of our clients. In various aspects of their servers and their endpoints against malwares, and we managed that from far away, so we got the solution, got them to actually install and everything. So it's always good to outsource the parts that you know that you don't have the capability to actually address or hire in-house. When you hire an engineer right now or you hire me or Majid right now to do security for your organization in-house, you have to think about first of all, not the salary. You have to think of insurance. There's an overhead cost which can be quite costly. And tomorrow I would decide to say, look, I don't want to work for you anymore and I can leave. That is why sometimes hiring a full-time engineer can be quite tasking, or a full-time engineers, about 4 or 5 of them. So it's good to maybe hire 1 or 2 to manage the situation of security and address and talk to the business. But if you can outsource majority of it, the better. That is what most of us, even where I work at Dimension Data, we do for customers, trying to make sure that we take the heavy load. Yes, they have the in-house security team. We are not saying kick them out, you're not replacing them, but we complement and give them security services or tools or systems that they cannot spend on. CapEx can be quite expensive sometimes. That's why it's good to just let other organizations take up the details of what they can't, you don't have to spend money on all the time.
Superb. Thanks for those insights, right? Mutheo, now to you. Sometimes we know that locally it might be difficult to get, hard facts or hard data in terms of any breaches or compromises that have happened because of remote work. But might you have some examples, perhaps internationally, of, what some of these remote working risks expose businesses to?
I think what has happened is that maybe if we have this conversation this time next year, we may have some data because the data protection officer's commissioner's office will be open, and under the data protection law, you're obliged to report breaches within 72 hours. Right now, we currently know that we have breaches happening left, right, and center, but people are reporting because there's been they're not seeing the need to. But once a penalty starts hitting, they're going to see the need to. I'll give you an example. There was a research paper done by DLA Piper it was January last year and this January, and they were looking at people who violated GDPR data protection requirements, and a lot of this had to do with many of the companies' remote work, and they noticed that GDPR fines rose up by nearly 40%. And just to give you an idea of what that means in monetary value, it's the equivalent of Kenya shillings 20,840,700,000. Now that's a lot of money. So yes, it has happened in South Africa because their data protection regime has been up and running a little bit earlier than ours. Last year, the IBM and Ponemon data breach report showed that the average total cost of South Africa was $2.14 million. So it shows you just how serious a breach is. The global average of a breach costs $3.86 million. So it's something which we need. There seems to be a very poor understanding of the data protection regime locally. We're taking a very lax attitude towards it. This law has been passed and people don't realize how serious. And so there's a need to do capacity building for all the stakeholders, from the data controllers, the data processors, even the judiciary. So when the cases come to them, they know what they're dealing with. There's a recent case which was in the UK, Uber. The UK Supreme Court held that Uber drivers are employees by virtue of the fact that they log on to the Uber app and they can't make any changes to the app. Now, trying to apply that here, and then there was another UK case, it was Morrison Supermarkets. An employee, disgruntled employee, went and resigned for customers. Morrison's was hit and they were told they were liable for the employee's work. Now, in Kenya, we're a Commonwealth country, so when our judiciary starts applying the data protection law, they're going to look at some of these precedents from out there. And I'll give an example. What about a company like Safaricom? We have M-Pesa agents all over. When you load the Safaricom app, it could be arguable that it's similar to the Uber app. You can't make any changes to it. So are M-Pesa agents going to be deemed employees of Safaricom for the purpose of the Data Protection Act? So if you go to that M-Pesa kiosk and give your number to that person who calls you, who's what we call the committee calls in the middle of the night, is Safaricom going to be liable, whatever other company? So there needs to be a lot of education because this legislation is very serious. As we say, data is a new currency, but privacy is also becoming very, very important and can bankrupt the companies very easily.
Timotheo. Ken, back to you. I'm a remote worker, whether as a gig worker or actually working under contract for a company. How can I best protect myself? We have 5 minutes left, so I'd like to get your insights on that before I jump to Brighton and Amarjit for their final comments.
I think as a remote worker, I would really insist on basic cybersecurity awareness training. It doesn't have to be anything complicated. It doesn't have to have all the jargon that cybersecurity guys like throwing around. Something very basic, something very intuitive, something that will teach you the basics of cybersecurity. Once you have that, I think you have a solid foundation to ensure that you can be able to work remotely. Aside from that, I just add on a few things. We at ESET offer free cybersecurity awareness training. So if that your organization requires such training, kindly feel free to get in touch with us. I would insist also on passwords. The other day I was in a meeting with a senior government official and he said that his primary school teacher had a profound effect on him. And he uses the teacher's name as a security question on all his logins. That was just wrong. So I would insist on people getting serious with passwords, set strong passwords. And just basic habits like out. Many times people go to cafes and then they leave to go to the washrooms and their laptops are just there. They haven't logged out. You can see what document they're working on. Such things, I think, go a long way. And as Mutheu mentioned, it is very important for people to be network and Wi-Fi wearing. If you're working on sensitive company documents, if you're working doing business banking transactions, online banking transactions, just don't log into any public Wi-Fi. Either use a Wi-Fi a network or possibly tether on your phone if it is an urgent issue. And such things, I think, would be essential in ensuring protection for employees that are working remotely.
Thank you, Ken. Bright, maybe in 1 minute, how can then businesses also remain at the front line of awareness in terms of the cybersecurity threats in terms of remote work?
So businesses need to understand that they are more exposed for the fact that we're in an age of digital remote working right now. So they need to be able to actually incorporate that into the strategies. They need to know that there are some tools they need to get. What are the right tools they need to get? Their processes, their people, they have what are the controls they're actually putting in place to make sure that they actually work together with everyone in the team. A lot of education, as Mudel said as well, to everybody in the organization needs to know what are cybersecurity policies they need to actually adhere to. What are the procedures? Who do you call if anything happens? How do you make sure that you're keeping yourself safe and organization safe? And of course, a lot of investment has to be done. Most people don't want to invest in cybersecurity tools or systems or solutions because they are not seeing it tangible. You can't really quantify until an attack happens, and that should not be the case. So we need to actually build strategies, invest where we have to, and make sure that we are actually being able to, treat cybersecurity as from a resilience point of view, that you identify some of these things that will happen to you and you know how to respond to them in the event that they actually happen. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Amarjit, maybe 30 seconds. Seeing what Bright has said, what can some of the business leaders listening to this look at as symptoms that would point to them needing to actually take quick action on remote working?
I believe from what has already been said by Kim, also Mudeo has mentioned it, and Bright, is the awareness is something very key. And that's the first step that we all need. Without the awareness of what we're exposed to, we will continue operating like normal. But the moment you have some awareness of that the fire will burn you, you will next time you know to what level you'll put your hand and those kind of things. So definitely awareness is a very key process. And also, as Bright mentioned, a lot of people don't have budgets. They take security as a hindsight. So I really recommend that people encourage doing vulnerability assessments, because even with the Data Protection Act, there's something called a Data Protection Impact Assessment. It's supposed to check to what level you're risking your client's data, especially sensitive data. So as Mudeo must have mentioned, I did drop out, sorry, because of power issue. But yeah, based on the Data Protection Act, one of the things that will be key for most organizations to do is a DPIA. So it's something that will become mandatory as the office gets into place once the Data Commissioner's office is set up fully. So something for
I'd like to say a big thank you to my panelists and for those watching us online. It's been fantastic to have you here. Please keep safe and sanitize. Thank you.
So just to get this right, you would say that those reports would be available online, right, Laura?
Yes.
Okay, so
exactly.
they are available. Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Laura. So
thank
for
you,
everyone else who has joined us, thank you very much. We
the head of Canadian Development Corporation, Janine Cocker, the country director for CARE, Dr. Maureen Miruka, the country director for Oxfam in Kenya, Dr. John Kitui, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be exciting 2 days. And
thank you so much for joining us this morning. A warm welcome to Impact Philanthropy Africa's Forum on Health.
With my 5 remarkable and highly qualified panelists. Hello. We have Mr. Joseph Mathenga of Serianu Limited. He is the Chief Operating Officer at Serianu.
Questions, and I would like to invite all my panelists, starting off with Visa. Eva, thank you so much for making time to be with us and, of course, for being our host. First things first, why is it important for payment firms to consider the social impact in the line of the UN Sustainable Development Goals? Eva?
Yes. Having this discussion with my colleagues on the panel to demonstrate their different experiences. So allow me to introduce them. We have Karungari Kahende, who is the head of partnerships at Little, which is a leading super app in East Africa, which began as a ride-hailing company in Kenya.
Mr. Muyuro, President Isaka, Mr. Boniface Asiligwa, the Vice President Isaka, Mr. Preston Odera, completing them. I'll take one of the programs that I've just mentioned, the Jira Digital Program. Within the program, we do have specifically a Women in Work series, which is aimed at, actually having more young women take up their Jira Digital Program, go through our free training, which is offered both online and what is
our supply systems, that we have hubs that are specifically looking at supply chain, and those roles are now at above market. And most important bit is when we come to sourcing, we're talking about 100 plus, 800 plus locations, 800 plus kind of suppliers. You need to know how do you manage all these suppliers to ensure that in your demand forecasting. So this is a context when we talk about our supply chain. That is the complexity.
The products, or to complain about your service, or to get an upgrade, or just normal interactions. So ultimately, the companies that take advantage of digitization, of digital interactions to engage their clients, are the companies that are going to come on top of the list in terms of great and superior customer service.
Okay, so that's a good segue for you, Jane. In a very competitive market where digitization is at forefront, and the banking industry has to stay on top of these emerging technologies. So explain to us how these new technologies, and feel free to tell us which technologies they are.
What about healthy eating? What about, instead of them partnering with Red Bull, they partner with a business that promotes juicing and good eating? What if they incorporated points into video games that allowed children to identify when they'd gone beyond the boundary? Because having children is scary. I mean, I don't have them yet, but I'm going to have them, and I'm terrified.
Good morning, Africa. Good morning today from South Africa to Nigeria. How are you doing? So welcome to this session. This is innovation and simplicity, giving your business a competitive edge. And we're talking about one of my best subjects, which is a containerization or container technology.
An SME is a person who is doing businesses, but at a lower, middle, or at advanced level.
We have MSME.
Yes.
Then we have SME. If you have an M-Pesa shop, for example.
Yes.
You are an MSME.
MSME, the Mama Mboga down there is an MSME. The boundary is the number of employees and the turnover. Exactly. Chamber have partnered with the Ministry of Health, and we are at least giving the tenders to those Mama Mbogas. With our presence in the 47 counties, we have gone down to that lowest entrepreneur or any SME.
I have the reason why this and this is not working, and if I keep doing things differently, it will work. They call me the dreamer, and this is something that they started calling me from high school. But at that time, I was thinking in my mind, what is she thinking? Why would I need a job after 4 years? If you can't put your time and energy to get it to a point where people can see some results or traction, then you'll only have yourself to blame. Nobody owes you anything, or nobody owes anybody anything. It is you and you alone to make your idea a success.
Today I've learned that a concept known as abundant mentality. You don't think that this one idea or this one solution is only yours. You have to hone the skills, and I think it's just over experience that you begin to hone those skills, and realizing that it's not only one idea you'll ever have in your entire life, yeah. And every time there is a need, because that muscle is working, you will always be looking for a solution. You need to dream big dreams, you know. I think that we have the capacity to do a lot more to change the course of the world, yeah. But we need to have a deep self-belief in ourselves.
When someone tells me they're broke and they're not making money, and I'm like, what? Like, there's so many ways to make money in this world. Because of digitization, it's actually increased your avenues of actually making money. Our revenue actually doubled during COVID period. Oh, I can actually just take my phone and Google African pendants, and then you find our results. Yeah. With entrepreneurship, there's no map. You just go in there, it's like a bush, you're just cutting, looking for a way. You just go in there with a machete, trying to clear a way for you to get to where you want to get to. So don't be scared to jump in, and don't expect a roadmap. Create your own roadmap.
how to automate compliance and create time for innovation. And to take us through this particular discussion, he's the Senior Solutions Architect at Red Hat. This is none other than Nuno Martins. But a little bit more about Nuno is that he is internationally experienced, he is business savvy, and he's also a solutions architect and systems integrator. This gentleman is focused on media-rich environments, storage, develop operations, and system architecture that allows him to be specialized and highly skilled in the workflow design and optimization, specifically high-performance storage, file systems, and automation. He is truly passionate about everything technology and is active in looking for opportunities to solve old problems by applying new technology. How about that? He also develops and builds new solutions to meet new requirements and demands. He is also an out-of-the-box thinker, pragmatic, high achiever, customer-focused, solutions-oriented, and a doer. All right, and ladies and gentlemen, he is also a quick learner. He's a serious workhorse, though it has a borderline on being workaholic, and also straight to the point with anything is possible kind of an attitude. Ladies and gentlemen, help me appreciate one more time our moderator, Nuno Martins. Welcome, Nuno, and over to you. Welcome and thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nuno Martins. I'm a Senior Solutions Architect at Red Hat. And today I'll be going through, a bit of an overview of what automation can do for you, specifically around, your businesses and trying to get, things like compliance and cloud architecture and all of that covered with automation. So, I've just recently finished reading a Phoenix project, probably about the 15th time now. And what I really like about this book is the way that Gene Kim was able to capture the internal chaos that you can get when IT teams are not talking to security, they're not talking to development, and the teams aren't working, and then ultimately the chaos that you get into the business side of things when business again is not understanding the requirements from IT, and we just end up with pretty bad situation. So what was great to see in this book is the fact that we start to look at technologies like Kanban, and we start to focus around things like DevOps, agility, and obviously this all leads to automation underneath all of this. So obviously in that book there's a big success story, and finally business understands what IT is doing, and IT obviously goes through the process of innovation and bringing in automation and streamline the way that their process work in the organization. So it's a good story to tell, obviously, and hopefully we all have that when we bring in automation. So if we look at what is your journey, so depending on what you're trying to do, what your vertical is and what you do in your business, obviously there should be some kind of drive in terms of going through the process of running typical legacy type of environments like data centers, and moving towards cloud native development and hybrid cloud models, etc. All of these areas all still offer and have a requirement for automation. So whether an automation is as simple as provisioning and configuration management, all the way through to a hybrid cloud which is highly automated, and we have everything from automated networks, and we have the usage of Kubernetes, etc., to automate a lot of the container functions, etc. Everywhere we have a little footprint for automation. And I think what's important is when we look at this automation, we mustn't look at automation as a tool that we bring in to take some work away from some people, and then obviously we don't really have much for these people to do. So the whole concept around the automation is actually to enhance the teams and how everything works. So if we bring in automation, and remember we're focusing on tasks which are repeatable, things like maintenance, things like security compliance, management of patching, deployment of applications, etc. All of these things are repeatable tasks. And instead of going and using our team members and burning man hours doing all of this stuff, particularly around the maintenance, because that tends to be quite expensive when it comes to man hours. But the whole thing is about taking this, automating it, and freeing people up. So if we're able to free people up, we now have people that we can focus on innovation. We have people that we can now bring into development and drive further development. We have people who can now focus on automating more things. So automation is really, really great from that perspective, because it actually kind of gives your departments a new lease on life, because now they have more things they can dive into, as opposed to going through the process of typical maintenance tasks and repeatable tasks every single day. So normally automation is actually taking place, but what we find is automation is taking place in silos. So you would have your networking team, and they would be doing their own automation. You'd have your security guys, they'd be doing their own automation, infrastructure, etc., etc. And because of the number of use cases we have, where we have everything from I want self-service provisioning, I'm a developer and I want to be able to provision my own servers or my own infrastructure, or we have some kind of compliance, or we have I want to go through to continuous delivery, CI/CD pipelines, or CI/CD. All of these things are use cases for automation. So there's a lot of automation out there that we can obviously process. So what we prefer to do, or what we tend to do with our platforms, is we try to centralize this. So instead of having multiple departments with their own tool sets and their own ways of working, we try to centralize all of this so that there's one platform, one tool set. And then obviously this drives further collaboration, because now the teams can obviously collaborate based on automation in terms of what they want to do, where they want to deploy, etc. So our model works that way, and that's how we try to drive it. So get rid of the silos, make a central automation platform, and from there then obviously all the teams can actually work. Now this is a really good slide, or in terms of us being named Forrester Wave leader. So this was obviously from the Q3 last year, and this really demonstrates the solid belief from Red Hat in automation. So we really believe that automation is kind of a thing to stay here, and it's a message that we try to drive, and it's such a important message that we've actually brought automation into our certification requirements. So even for a technical person who wants to certify, they have a requirement to actually understand automation. So this is really cool. I really like the fact that we are amongst the leaders. It certainly shows that we really focus on automation, that automation is a really big part of our message overall. So typically this is part of our automation and IT modernization discussion, in terms of trying to get things agile and as optimal as possible. So if we have a look again from an automation perspective, what are the things that we are currently really focusing on when we do automation in an organization? So we can orchestrate everything. Okay, we can manage configurations, and we can deploy applications. These alone are typically quite intensive tasks to have teams constantly doing. The fact that you can keep and maintain configurations cuts out a lot of maintenance requirements. The fact that if you want to go and automate your building of your application and deploy it across your platform, again, you'd automate that. That frees up a lot of people's time. And from there we can focus. We have obviously the use case of provisioning, CI/CD pipeline, and obviously security and compliance. So security and compliance is really important, because obviously some of the security tasks that we have in an organization are pretty static. I mean, changing, making sure that things like security ports are open, checking networking compliance, etc., etc. These are normally static operations that we have to tend to check quite often. So if we bring that into automation, obviously, again, the message is it frees up the people, frees up their ability to actually go and focus on other things. And where does, where can we run all of this automation on? And this is, I think, probably one of the more important things, is the fact that we can stretch out and touch almost every layer of IT, right? So everything as simple as simple servers, infrastructure, storage, applications. We can automate, load balancers, firewalls, network switches, all the way through to containers and obviously cloud. So, we can drive automation into cloud, and we can take the same messaging into cloud and into traditional data centers, which is about, again, orchestration. We can do the provisioning, we can do all of these things around automation. So how does Red Hat really help you with this? So we are not typically a technology provider that's just going to sell you the solution and then walk away. So we have obviously very strong consulting teams, we have solution architect teams to assist, and what we like to do is we like to look at the full picture, and we like to see, okay, well, where can we start with automation, which task can we start, and then we drive the process of, okay, let's pilot an automation, we can see where the improvement is. Some of our tools even give you a cost-saving calculator. So you can go through the process to present back to business to say, okay, well, look, we've automated this task, and therefore we've actually saved an amount of money, right, off the bottom line, which is a really impressive thing to have. But anyway, so we typically run through a pilot process or perhaps a POC where we drive some automation, and then we start to develop it further with you. And then ultimately, you start to drive it, and then drive the whole adoption message of everything. And then obviously the key thing with automation is it's something that's always going on, right? So you always will go through the process of trying to optimize it, to improve it, to make it leaner, and then obviously to look at what other tasks in the organization you can automate. This is just one of the natural processes, right? What we have also is we have very specialized training programs for this as well. So if it goes into the situation where you need automation or you want to adopt concepts like DevOps, and you want to bring DevOps and you want to bring containers and all of these new really complex technologies and understandings, but into your organization, we actually have the Open Innovation Labs, which is basically a team of experts which will sit with your experts. And a really cool thing with that is the engagement and obviously the knowledge transfer. So our experts will help your experts and try to kind of guide the process and guide the, where they're going, what they can automate, how can they understand DevOps, what are the practices around DevOps, etc. So this is a really cool part of what we're able to offer our customers, just to help on the journey and help you get to where you need to get to in terms of business, and the underlying IT structures and systems. So lastly, adoption, automation adoption. So we start the journey, right? Then what? We have to build the strategy that we want with our automation. We have to decide, what is the fundamental uses that we want to have with our automation, and then from there we start to measure that. Now, in the Phoenix project, for example, they used Kanban to control their workflows, and they had what they would start to do is they started to have a measurement in how quickly or what was the turnaround time in terms of things like provisioning or getting infrastructure ready, and they started timing that, and based on that they could see that they were actually progressing. So this is kind of the foundation phase, right? So you're going to decide, what do we want to automate, or what should our teams automate, and from there, where do we go from there, and how do we measure it, right? Obviously, everything should be business related in terms of business driven, because we want to have, at the end of the day, an outcome which is benefiting the business, and is measurable in the business, not necessarily just measurable from a technology side. So once we're in this, then obviously we start to get our teams to collaborate, and we start to automate things and start to set up all these workflows, and really the initial automation framework will start to kick in. And then lastly, we get to the point where we start to adopt. And this adoption is about bringing further skills, bringing integrations, because often our tool sets work very nicely with other tool sets, right? If you're working with cloud technologies, it might be a case that you want to use, for example, our Ansible automation platform, but you want to use that to automate Terraform, which is often used for cloud provisioning. So it's also about looking at the integrations and start to build the workflows in terms of how do we build automation so that we can go and we can measure the outcome and measure the value that it's bringing. This is all part of the adoption side of it. Now, outside of those, things that are really important is, we want to get the culture going. And if we bring in this type of culture, bring in DevOps, bring in automation, all these types of messages, this is what will ultimately lead to sparking innovation within your team and driving the idea around agility. And this is great. This is what we want. We want to be able to have the team actually thinking about new things and not being focused around just constantly maintaining older infrastructure and older processes. We want our teams to adopt obviously new processes, be able to develop and validate all of these processes in terms of how are we going to get things done and how work gets done depending on what demands there are. And ultimately, this is all going to lead to us having technology frameworks that we've decided on and choosing the automation. I think the goal here, everything here is, the whole goal is about processing and allowing business-driven workflows to evolve with the use of automation. So thank you for joining me. I hope you got a bit of good info out of that, and I wish you to have a good day. Thank you.
So just to get this right, you had said that those reports would be available online, right, Laura?
Yes.
Okay, so
exactly.
they
Yes.
are available. Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Laura. So
Thank
for
you,
everyone else who has joined us, thank you very much.
The head of Canadian Development Corporation, Janine Cocker, the country director for CARE, Dr. Maureen Miruka, the country director for Oxfam in Kenya, Dr. John Kitui, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be exciting 2 days. And
Thank you so much for joining us this morning. A warm welcome to Impact Philanthropy Africa's Forum on Health.
With my 5 remarkable and highly qualified panelists. Hello. We have Mr. Joseph Mathenga of Serianu Limited. He is a Chief Operating Officer at Serianu.
Questions, and I would like to invite all my panelists, starting off with Visa. Eva, thank you so much for making time to be with us and, of course, for being our host. First things first, why is it important for payment firms to consider the social impact in the line of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, Eva?
Having this discussion with my colleagues on the panel to demonstrate their different experiences. So allow me to introduce them. We have Karungari Kahende, who is the head of partnerships at Little, which is a leading super app in East Africa, which began as a ride-hailing company in Kenya.
Mr. Muyuro, President Isaka, Mr. Boniface Asiligwa, the Vice President Isaka, Mr. Preston Odera, completing them. I'll take one of the programs that I've just mentioned, the Jira Digital Program. within the program, we do have specifically a Women in Work series, which is aimed at, actually having more young women take up the Ajira Digital program, go through our free training, which is offered both online and what is
our supply systems, such that we have hubs that are specifically looking at supply chain, and those roles are now at above market. A most important bit is when we come to sourcing, we're talking about 100 plus, 800 plus locations, 800 plus kind of suppliers. You need to know how do you manage all these suppliers to ensure that in your demand forecasting. So this is a context when we talk about our supply chain. That is the complexity.
The products, or to complain about your service, or to get an upgrade, or just normal interactions. So ultimately, the companies that take advantage of digitization or digital interactions to engage their clients are the companies that are going to come on top of the list in terms of great and superior customer service.
Okay, so that's a good segue for you, Jane. In a very competitive market where digitization is at forefront, and the banking industry has to stay on top of these emerging technologies. So explain to us how these new technologies, and feel free to tell us which technologies they are.
What about healthy eating? What about, instead of them partnering with Red Bull, they partner with a business that promotes juicing and good eating? What if they incorporated points into video games that allowed children to identify when they'd gone beyond the boundary? Because having children is scary. I mean, I don't have them yet, but I'm going to have them, and I'm terrified.
Good morning, Africa. Good morning today from South Africa to Nigeria. How are you doing? So welcome to this session. This is innovation and simplicity, giving your business a competitive edge. And we're talking about one of my best subjects, which is a containerization or container technology.
An SME is a person who is doing businesses, but at a lower, middle, or at advanced level.
We have MSME.
Yes.
Then we have SME. If you have an M-Pesa shop, for example.
Yes.
You are an MSME.
MSME. The Mama Mboga down there is an MSME. The boundary is the number of employees and the turnover. Exactly. Chamber have partnered with the Ministry of Health, and we are at least giving the tenders to those Mama Mbogas. With our presence in the 47 counties, we have gone down to that lowest entrepreneur or any SME.
I have the reason why this and this is not working, and if I keep doing things differently, it will work. They call me the dreamer, and this is something that they started calling me from high school. But at that time I was thinking in my mind, what is she thinking? Why would I need a job after 4 years? If you can't put your time and energy to get it to a point where people can see some results or traction, then you'll only have yourself to blame. Nobody owes you anything, or nobody owes anybody anything. It is you and you alone to make your idea a success.
Today I've learned that a concept known as abundant mentality. You don't think that this one idea or this one solution is only yours. You have to hone the skills, and I think it's just over experience that you begin to hone those skills, and realizing that it's not only one idea you'll ever have in your entire life, and every time there is a need, because that muscle is working, you will always be looking for a solution. You need to dream big dreams, I think that we have the capacity to do a lot more to change the way the course of the world, yeah. But we need to have a deep self-belief in ourselves.
When someone tells me they're broke and they're not making money, and I'm like, what? Like, there's so many ways to make money in this world. Because of digitization, it's actually increased your avenues of actually making money. Our revenue actually like doubled during COVID period. Oh, I can actually just take my phone and Google African pendants, and then you find our results. Yeah. With entrepreneurship, there's no map. You just go in there, it's like a bush, you're just cutting, looking for a way. You just go in there with a machete, trying to clear a way for you to get to where you want to get to. So don't be scared to jump in, and don't expect a roadmap. Create your own roadmap.
Are we safe working from home in 2021? It's quite an interesting topic that we want to get into, and we have a lovely panel that has been lined up for you. And to moderate this particular session is none other than Nzilani Mweu. She is the co-founder of My Comply Kit, a platform that provides access to advice on data protection and tools for compliance. She's an expert on data protection and compliance, and she has extensive publications and facilitated many trainings both locally and internationally on the subject. She is a lawyer and the founder of Relani Advocates with a focus on technology, fintech, telecommunications, and IP law. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a lady who is well versed. She's a member of the International Advisory Experts as the Kenya expert on intellectual property, technology and telecommunications law, as well as the Lawyers in Technology Circles, whose membership comprises leading women in technology in Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a lady who is a leader par excellence and a lawyer extraordinaire. Ladies and gentlemen, this is none other than Nzilani Mweu. I have been your moderator, Ian Moirore, and over to you, Nzilani, as you moderate this session. Welcome and thank you.
Thank you very much, Ian, for that wonderful introduction. I'm excited to be doing this as the last panel because it comes right after optimizing security for remote working, and because we're specifically talking about whether we are safe with working from home and what our experience was in 2020 and what 2021 is going to be looking like as we continue working from home, because it does not look like COVID is about to come to an end. And to set the stage, in 2020, when COVID started, we didn't think it would go on for months. We thought working from home would be for a few weeks, then it extended, and the year is over. We learned that a lot of the jobs that we are used to working from the office can actually be done somewhere else, from home, remotely, and anywhere else that you're able to work. So I'm going to introduce the panel, who are going to give us insights on how 2020 was working from home and what 2021 looks like in terms of security, whether we are safe. I will start with Janet. Janet, please introduce yourself.
Hi, Nzilani. Hi, everybody.
Sorry, I cannot see you, Janet. Can I?
Hi, Nzilani. Hi.
Yes.
Hi, everybody. My name is Janet Otero. I am an advocate practicing with the OK Law Advocates in Nairobi. I specialize in technology, media, and telecommunication law. I'm a tech enthusiast, and that's why I'm here today, by way of introduction.
Okay, thank you very much, Janet. I will now go to Diana. Diana, please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Nzilani. My name is Diana Waidanji. I'm a cybersecurity consultant, having experience in the non-profit and for-profit sector, and I'm a current Africa Comt Fellow under SAP. Thank you.
Okay. Last but not least, we have the only gentleman on the panel, Paul. Paul, please introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Paul Njuguna. I'm the ICT leader at Sarova Hotels and Resorts. We have 1,000 plus workforce. I've been in cybersecurity space for quite some time. I've also done I've been in ICT for more than 35 years. Very excited
Awesome.
to be
Thank
here.
you very much. Paul, I'll start with you because you're in the hotel industry, and that has been impacted greatly by COVID. And I want to know, how has your experience been with working from home? Are you even able to do that? And does it impact productivity in your team?
Yeah, as I mentioned, we have 1,000 workforce, but the industry has been affected so much. Not everybody is working or has been working. Actually, we have 75% of the workforce still at home. However, we've had to do some work, but it's mainly affected. The working at home is mostly back office. The front office people have to have interaction with guests, but the back office has been engaged. Luckily, we had started this journey some time before COVID. We had already identified a need for our sales team to be not necessarily working from home, but commuting, working from wherever they are, telecommuting. It's been challenging because not everywhere there is proper internet. We have power failures. Various HODs also want to communicate with their team because engagement is key. You'll agree with me, it was a very depressing moment. So there was a level of working from home, and it's been quite tough, I must say. And the investment has been there. We had to track we had planned to do. It has some disadvantages because of what has been up. Is data secure? People at home, not everybody has home offices. You have to be away from kids. You can't go anywhere. I mean, it's been challenging. At times you want somebody, you can't at somebody. Measurement of how engaged everyone is, it's been challenging. And also health, because with the COVID and picking at home and all that, it was very difficult to draw, and it's still difficult to draw the line. But we've come up with a policy, and we all understand what is the expectation of the employee and the employer.
Thank you. I hear you, Paul. I think it's been very challenging for everyone to adjust. Janet, you're in the legal profession, and a lot has changed in the legal profession in the last 1 year with digitization of the court process. And it's even harder because the legal profession thrives on paper and physical presence. How has this impacted you and what you do and the legal profession at large? How is it going?
I guess initially it was a bit of challenge for most lawyers and most law firms. Just as you've rightly put it, we are an industry or a sector that's very paper driven. Even just an acknowledgement of, yes, I saw your email, or yes, I received the documents, we still have to generate a letter and send it to the other side and pay postage and everything. So for the lawyers who mainly deal with commercial and real estate practice, theirs was a bit easier because in terms of documentation, you just need to get signatures one off, and then present them at the necessary client or lands office lands office registry. But with the ones who do dispute resolution in terms of litigation and court, theirs was more of physical attendance and personally appearing before judges, personally appearing with your clients before courts and tribunals. And theirs took an impact because before the judiciary now managed to get its act in order, there were a few months where most of the litigation and dispute resolution advocates were not doing anything, while for the other counterparts, things were moving on normal as usual. But since the courts digitized their processes in terms of appearances and filing pleadings, they've been able to, let me just say the transformation has been quite impressive because between the lawyers and the judiciary, they've been able to pick up the processes, and there's not been a gap that's been very disruptive as such, as it were. And with regards to the other practice areas, it's been business as usual. With the company's registry, they had already digitized their processes. The lands office is working on digitizing its processes in the next few months. So overall, the legal practice in the next 3-4 years, COVID or no COVID, has seen a dramatic change for on them now starting to leverage on digital services to engage legal counsel, to engage judicial officers, and to engage lands officers on behalf of our clients. So I think this is a good thing. COVID was a push that we probably needed for some of these things to happen, but I think it's a push in the right direction.
Thank you, Janet. Dana, to sum it up, you're the consultant on cybersecurity, and you've had the challenges people have faced, especially on delivery, productivity. What is your take?
Yeah, just to quote Janet, that we probably needed this change so that it can be a wake-up call for us. So, for example, with parents and children working from home, the schools were closed. That meant that you'd have a lot of if you have kids, you had a lot of kids around you. And the point I'm driving here is about information security. For example, in the legal area, there are a lot of hard copies. You see that your family wants to read that what is happening, what have you been working on, which file have you been working on, which is confidential information. So there were such matters arising, and sometimes it's not deliberate that you want to show them, but they just found it on your table and they wanted to read it. So there were a lot of concerns. There have been a lot of concerns on the security. And one thing that I've focused on mostly for the past 1 year or so since COVID got in was cybersecurity awareness on how to stay safe at home, protecting both your information online and offline. Yes, I get it in the cybersecurity profession. Well, most of us were used to working from home. For me, it was a new experience, and it was not hard to adjust in my case because I can call I can call clients from here, I can advise from here, and yeah, in very few cases that I need to appear in anyone's office. So that has been it in the cybersecurity consultancy phase industry.
And Dana, do you think there has been an effect on productivity, especially because data in most cases resides in a separate place from where people are working from? So you're working from home, most of your data is in the office. How is that working out?
In terms of productivity, I think the productivity has actually increased because you can access your computer any time of the day. You can get into meetings if you need to. You can call clients any time of the day. So when I even look at the hotel industry, save for the waitress and for the service providers not being there. Let me use an example of the corporate office. So if it was not really necessary for you to be in the office, you've saved a lot of time on traffic, you've saved a lot of time in preparing to go. So you find that actually productivity increased because people had now time to sit down and think which data is important for our organization, to streamline their data, to streamline the kind of work that they're doing. Because in any working environment, sometimes you need to take a pause and think, okay, what are we working on? Not just working and showing up to work daily. You have breaks in between to think, how do I become more productive? How do we offer more efficiency to our clients? So I think that actually productivity was on the rise. And Paul mentioned something about health. Yes, because productivity is on the rise. You can access your computer at any time. So meaning your resting hours also go down or are few. So I also want to encourage that while we advocate for more productivity, also ensure that you rest for your own health.
Okay. And Janet, do you feel your organization is safe with having people operate from a different location where your data is centrally located? And how are you handling things like that?
No, not at all. Because what had happened even before COVID, I think we had started phasing out the use of the old machines with the CPU and the monitor and everything, and we had switched to laptops. And even with the laptops, when our employees would say, oh, I have enough work for the weekend, I want to carry my laptop home for the weekend and come back, there were still security concerns that were raised as to the security of the physical machine itself, but also of the data over the weekend. So also COVID now kicked it into like 1,000 gear fold in terms of this is somebody who's going to have the machine in the house for the next few months and monitored and secured, because also people are going to be using different internet service providers. We have a common collection, a collaborative workspace with Microsoft Teams, which at least has guaranteed us some sort of security, because there's oversight by the IT team in terms of who's accessing at what point and everything. But the thing is, with the different working hours, as has been said by my colleagues, somebody will not work during the day but will work the whole night. Somebody will work the whole weekend and not work during the whole week. It becomes hard to monitor traffic and activity on the server, as opposed to during the week when it's Monday to 5, strictly between working hours of morning to evening. So it's a bit of a challenge for us, security wise. Guaranteeing that the information and trusting our employees that with the information they carry home on their laptops and working from home in different environments, because some, you'll appreciate, have home offices. Some people are working from dining areas, other people are working from their bedrooms, other people have roommates, other people are working in larger families. And like Diana said, people will express interest or be curious about what you're working on. So once in a while, somebody will try to read your emails, your documentation, but there's nobody. Like in the office, it's easy to monitor who's walking in, sitting on your laptop and everything. But in the house, it's now requires self-discipline from the employee, which is again something that's very hard to monitor or report on. So it still remains a concern for us in terms of just the discipline and human element in terms of being the weak link when it comes to privacy and cybersecurity issues. And that's something that we'll probably keep on having to work on to train them, awareness, but it's not a guarantee that any employer can sleep easy at night knowing that their information and their data is at different points and all over Nairobi.
Okay. What I'm hearing is there's a lot of adjustment happening, especially because you need to start, creating security solutions to make sure wherever your people are working from, you're securing your data and the information you have. Now, Paul, you're in a sector where the information that is collected in your sector is squarely falls under personal identifiable information, and that needs to be protected. Now, moving on to security and data and how you're handling this, what kind of challenges are you facing in securing the data of your customers and basically all the information about your business that you have when you have people working remotely from various places and you have no control over the locations they are at and how they are handling the security of the information they have?
Okay, two things worth mentioning. We divided the kind of data that can be accessed remotely and the kind of data that has to remain on premise or within the data center without being accessed outside. Mostly is the guest data. That one, no one has any business accessing it. So that one we protected because of the risk we knew. Now, in kind of other data, how we approached this, we had a VPN. That's very critical. And whoever is accessing the data outside, we introduce a two-factor authentication. And an annoying one, when you're idle for 15 minutes, you have to log in afresh. I mean, that's one of the things that annoyed users, but for good reasons, we had to implement that. We picked our cybersecurity awareness a notch higher, frequent engagement, even testing them, sending some mails, which we've created just to see how they are going to respond. Are they going suspicious, all that? And when I say cybersecurity awareness, I'm talking up to the board level, literally teaching them even about their mobile phones and what to do. So this helped to kind of not have sleepless nights. And again, we are also monitoring at the back end what is being done and by who. And we are able to provide data to the HODs to be able to see exactly what is being done. So it was not so much, or it's not so much of a sleepless night situation, but still there is that small part of, like my colleague said, when you're at home, how do you stop from looking at your screen if you don't have an office? Yeah, it's that one. It's something you have to live with it. It's a risk, but when you weigh the pros and cons and the advantages, then we can look at it in another angle.
Now, Paul, you've been able to identify the key points that you need to handle. What is your take on organizations that, what is the impact on organizations with regard to data protection and security? To what extent do you think organizations in general are exposed at this time?
Well, the exposure factor is very high because the bodies are also very active. The attacks are quite high, more than when we check at our statistics, the attempts have actually doubled compared to before COVID. So I think the advice I can give is don't shy away from working from home. It has tremendous advantages, and there are people out there with proper solutions that can make you not have sleepless nights. And engage your associates. Don't just give them tools or allow them to use tools. Engage them. People want to be engaged, especially you're not having one-on-one meetings and the rest. In terms of securing, I think I highly recommend VPN. You can't go wrong. Not 100, nothing is ever 100%. They always tell us there's no absolute cybersecurity. But a VPN is something private, and for somebody to really penetrate to you, I mean, employees have to be compromised. That's where now cybersecurity awareness comes in. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a saying that it's not about being hacked. It's not a matter of if. So, Diana, what is your experience with regard to cybersecurity threats, hacking? Do you think there has been an increase in incidents since 2020 when people started primarily working from home?
Yeah, there has been an increase with cyber attacks happening like in 6 seconds worldwide. So, and even the most basic, starting from all the online platforms you're using for meetings, sometimes you find that there were bombings. Those were very popular that made organizations as well prefer one specific online platform as opposed to another due to the bombing attacks that were happening. And for that, I encourage my organization, especially because I used to work in a non-profit, that we cannot, for that specific platform, we could not move from that specific platform because it was user-friendly. Like for someone to log in, they don't even need to sign up. They just log in from anywhere. They have an app. And the kind of population that we were working with in that NGO, they are not as much computer savvy, which is understandable. And we wanted to reach them because we couldn't travel to where they were like the other days. So for online platforms, the best thing is to have a policy, because I developed a policy for organization for that specific usage of that online platform. And at no point did we receive any attack. Even to date, I left a month ago for other pastures, but even to date, there has not been any attack. So the most important thing to do, even in any organization, is anytime you're exploring a new platform, anytime a pandemic comes and you need to change, just create a policy around that specific platform, advising the users on how to use it and make yourself available for it. So that is just one example of how I responded to any threats that would attack our organization at this specific time during the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Janet, you have mentioned that you have put in place measures to enable your people in your organization to work from home. But I'd want to know, have you had any concerns on security, active concerns on security, hacking, any attacks or threats of attacks?
I think for us, what has been extremely frequent has been what you call the spam mails and malware. we've seen an increased number of malware within our email system since we started working from home. And I think because of the nature of the work we do, most of them were in relation to pay this bank account, pay into this account, send into this account, M-Pesa. We even had M-Pesa requests coming all the way from West Africa. How they know, I don't know. But we've had a lot of malware attacks. And the thing is, you see, with working in the office, I'd be able to just walk to the person who sent me the email and ask them, why are you asking me to attach this or to issue instructions to the finance team to handle this? And even the finance team would be able to just walk or call me in the office and ask me, are you the one who sent this? I'm not understanding your email. But you'd get a situation where it's probably sent out of working hours. And because people have that trusting relationship of knowing if I see an email from one of the senior partners or one of the senior management teams, I action on it immediately. Then before you realize it, the next day, it was a malware attack or it was just some fishy individuals trying to solicit money from you. So we've had to continuously, our IT team has been, thank God we have a very young and dynamic IT team. They've been constantly like regularly issuing alerts, issuing bulletins, issuing notifications. Look out for this, don't look out for this. If you see this person asking for this, if you see this type of email, flag it, send it to IT team, call somebody in IT team before you can open it or action on it. So those are some of the steps that we've taken. Initially, like Paul said, we also used to have multi-authentication for logging into our various databases and management systems on the phone and also via laptop. So, but after a while, again, a lot of complaints from people saying, I can't deal with all these SMSs and notifications on my phone. So we had to find a way of going around it to just make sure that workflow for most individuals is not so chaotic in terms of the requests that we receive. The other thing that we probably haven't experienced yet, because like Diana said, we use a very secure video conferencing. But when we were on the famous one that everyone was using when COVID started, we used to receive a lot of invitations to meetings that we were not part of, or some of our clients would receive notifications for meetings that are not originated from our organization. So those are things that we really had to work on closing down on vigorously and very like around the clock.
I'm really happy that you're implementing all of these measures to protect the data and to protect data privacy and also the security of that data in organizations. Now, Kenya has certain variables that a lot of other countries, some African countries have, and this is something like Kenya Power, very unreliable. We are also not in Nigeria, so very few of us have generators at home for backup. And so sometimes you want your employees to be, or your team to be, present, to be at work, to be working, and they're not able to do that. And sometimes they will end up in a cyber cafe, and we know public Wi-Fi and its dangers. How are you handling things like that, variables that are only unique to, the Kenyan environment or even to specific organizations?
Maybe Paul can start.
You see, in terms of Kenya Power, honestly, it's long overdue. I think we need competition because we may have generators in the offices, but can you imagine generators, all the workforces? Luckily, when you come in terms of BYOD, the device will work because of the battery, but the infrastructure could go down, and that's what is very important. I think the electrification program is a very good idea with its vision, and the fact that the country has a broadband plan, I think it's 2017 to 2023, having internet connectivity everywhere and for everyone. One of the things I noticed, most of the people who are accessing our assets from outside were in rural area. And most of the time they could attend meetings, most of the time they could, and it's not so much their device, the issue was power. That is something I think needs to be taken heads on. If KPLC can't shape up, I think we need competition in it, because honestly, without power, we can't give any suggestion what to do unless somebody can really think out of the box and guide me on this. It's quite a big elephant.
Right. Thank you. We have 5 minutes to go, so I'm just going to ask for Diana's opinion because she's, the cybersecurity consultant on what she would recommend in handling variables like that.
Yeah, I hear Paul very well about Kenya Power and the monopolization of it. And yeah, I've worked at Kenya Power at some point, so I don't know whether I would be bad trashing a former employer. There's been a rise in renewable energy. We can explore that. And also, some of the employees would go to hotels to access there when they don't have power, which is dangerous because you are accessing public Wi-Fi. So I would advise that we keep it to using private Wi-Fi. Like you can hotspot from your phone if you have to go and access a hotel. But sometimes you see it's at night, it's past curfew hours, you cannot go, and the infrastructure needs to keep on running. So it's a very we need a solution. I would go for renewable energy, whether we can explore that when there is no power because, we are in the equator. Thank you.
Okay. Janet, do you think the current legal environment supports working from home, securing data of organizations, and basically just creating a safe working space for everyone, regardless of where they are working from?
To a certain extent, the laws as they were passed did not envisage a work from home scenario, but I'm grateful that we have them in place, especially the Computer Misuse and the Data Protection Act, which followed each other in the past few years. So that's a start in the right direction. At least they came in when work from home was not something that we had thought about, but they cover the basics. So now going forward with work from home, there's still a lot that needs to be done, especially in terms of internal IT policies, internal security policies, internal HR policies, employment law. There's a lot that still needs to be done to accommodate this sort of new way of working, because I'm thinking even with the pandemic being over, a lot of institutions will probably now start approaching the flexi hours of enabling their employees to work from remote locations. What I'm also hoping is to see probably if the government and a lot of these regulatory institutions will come up with policies that will support work from home for various organizations that are regulated. I'm looking at financial institutions, banks, telecoms that have had majority of their staff working from home. And it's a very big requirement for the financial institutions, systems and networks to be secured, and also to just kind of have most of their servers physically located within the premises. So I'm looking forward to see what other regulators will do to accommodate the work from home situation for some of the regulated entities. But in terms of private companies, it's a good start. Whatever laws are there, now it just needs to be ring-fenced and reinforced by internal policies according to best practices and what we've seen globally.
Janet, I think that's a perfect closing remark. We have just a minute each for Paul and Diana. Diana, what would be your closing remarks, and how do you see 2021 and into the future looking like in terms of working from home and security?
The best thing to do right now with all the experiences that we have had from 2020 and before is to create a cybersecurity culture in your business. Make cybersecurity that anyone in your business, any employee in your business is just speaking about it. Everyone is alert when they see that message, that phishing alert. They're aware, oh, this is phishing and I can push it to so and so, and that there are clear lines of communication. So for me, I would encourage all the organizations to create a cybersecurity culture with all the learnings that we have had from March 2020. Yes, from March 2020 and moving forward. And yeah, let's create a secure Africa for all of us.
Thank you, Dana. Paul, closing remarks. How do you see 2021 and moving forward looking like?
2021 will be very active. It is very active. And there's one thing Kenyans might not be aware of. This is in terms of the population. We have 47.5 Kenyans. And you will be very surprised that out of that, 31% of Kenyans live in urban and 69 in rural. Okay, it doesn't end there. Did you know that internet users are more in rural than urban? These are statistics that were released through the census computation by Ipsos. It's in the public domain. In all age group, rural area has more users. So we have to, because most of our staff are also going there because of COVID, they are most feeling safer there. We need to spread this message across the divide. Otherwise, it's really an eye-opener. As someone said, my colleague said, COVID-19 really had its own plus because some things we would never have done them as soon as we managed to do them. And as much as we are in waves, with this and that, I think the new normal, it's cybersecurity because we will be in cyberspace.
For the closing remarks, thank you very much, everyone, for coming to the panel. Thank you so much for your insights. It has been a lot of fun, and I thank you, the audience, for being present and for participating in this session. Thank you very much.
So just to get this right, you had said that those reports would be available online, right, Laura?
Yes.
Okay, so
exactly.
they are available. Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Laura. So for everyone else who has joined us, thank you very much.
The head of Canadian Development Corporation, Janine Cocker, the country director for CARE, Dr. Maureen Miruka, the country director for Oxfam in Kenya, Dr. John Kitui, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be exciting 2 days. And
thank you so much for joining us this morning. A warm welcome to Impact Philanthropy Africa's Forum on Health.
With my 5 remarkable and highly qualified panelists. Hello. We have Mr. Joseph Mathenga of Serianu Limited. He is a Chief Operating Officer at Serianu.
Questions, and I would like to invite all my panelists, starting off with Visa. Eva, thank you so much for making time to be with us and, of course, for being our host. First things first, why is it important for payment firms to consider the social impact in the line of the UN Sustainable Development Goals? Eva.
Having this discussion with my colleagues on the panel to demonstrate their different experiences. So allow me to introduce them. We have Karungari Kahende, who is the head of partnerships at Little, which is a leading super app in East Africa, which began as a ride-hailing company in Kenya.
Mr. Muyuro, President Isaka, Mr. Boniface Asiligwa, the Vice President Isaka, Mr. Preston Odera, completing them. I'll take one of the programs that I've just mentioned, the Jira Digital Program. Within the program, we do have specifically a Women in Work series, which is aimed at, actually having more young women take up their Jira Digital Program, go through our free training, which is offered both online and what is
our supply systems, such that we have hubs that are specifically looking at supply chain, and those roles are now at above market. A most important bit is when we come to sourcing, we're talking about 100 plus, 800 plus locations, 800 plus kind of suppliers. You need to know how do you manage all these suppliers to ensure that in your demand forecasting. So this is a context when we talk about our supply chain. That is the complexity.
The products, or to complain about your service, or to get an upgrade, or just normal interactions. So ultimately, the companies that take advantage of digitization, of digital interactions to engage their clients are the companies that are going to come on top of the list in terms of great and superior customer service.
Okay. So that's a good segue for you, Jane. in a very competitive market where digitization is at forefront. And the banking industry has to stay on top of these emerging technologies. So explain to us how these new technologies, and feel free to tell us which technologies they are.
What about healthy eating? What about, instead of them partnering with Red Bull, they partner with a business that promotes juicing and good eating? What if they incorporated points into video games that allowed children to identify when they'd gone beyond the boundary? Because having children is scary. I mean, I don't have them yet, but I'm going to have them, and I'm terrified.
Good morning, Africa. Good morning today from South Africa to Nigeria. How are you doing? So welcome to this session. This is innovation and simplicity, giving your business a competitive edge. And we're talking about one of my best subjects, which is a containerization or container technology.
An SME is a person who is doing businesses, but at a lower, middle, or at advanced level.
We have MSME.
Yes.
Then we have SME. If you have an M-Pesa shop, for example,
yes,
you are an MSME.
MSME, the Mama Mboga down there is an MSME. The boundary is the number of employees and the turnover. Exactly. Chamber have partnered with the Ministry of Health, and we are at least giving the tenders to those Mama Mbogas. With our presence in the 47 counties, we have gone down to that lowest entrepreneur or any SME.
I have the reason why this and this is not working, and if I keep doing things differently, it will work. They call me the dreamer, and this is something that they started calling me from high school. But at that time I was thinking in my mind, what is she thinking? Why would I need a job after 4 years? If you can't put your time and energy to get it to a point where people can see some results or traction, then you'll only have yourself to blame. Nobody owes you anything, or nobody owes anybody anything. It is you and you alone to make your idea a success.
Today I've learned that a concept known as abundant mentality. You don't think that this one idea or this one solution is only yours. You have to hone the skills, and I think it's just over experience that you begin to hone those skills, and realizing that it's not only one idea you'll ever have in your entire life, and every time there is a need, because that muscle is working, you will always be looking for a solution. You need to dream big dreams, I think that we have the capacity to do a lot more to change the course of the world, but we need to have a deep self-belief in ourselves.
State of cybersecurity compliance and auditing in the cloud. And to take us through this is a man who is a